This is my state, this is my team. You know what that means. This is for the black and blue that I bleed. This is for the chance to bring home that ring. But everybody gonna doubt this. So far there ain't been another way around it. We bring heat to the game each week. They just say we ain't got what it takes, we ain't bout it. Well, y'all can just keep saying that we ain't gonna make it, but at the end of the day, this'll be the Panthers nation. You know, this ain't a game to us major players at every angle that you can think of. That's why you hate us. Get out the way of greatness. You can look at our faces and see the blood, sweat, and tears that it took to create this. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, but you can save it. Cause even on the darkest of days, you know we're always gonna find a way to tell them what we gonna do. We gotta
Okay. What is going on, guys? How you guys doing today? And we're going to get this thing rolling in just 1 second here. All right. All right, so it's broken. Screw it. Just like our season is so far. But hey, let's get this rolling. If you like the videos, if you like the channel, if you like the streams, hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so. And don't forget to check out the Facebook page. Keep pounding in all capital letters for NFL news, reactions, in-game posts, and opinions and polls. Let's do this. All right. So, we don't have a box score for the Falcons game. So we're just going to have to go through this a little bit blindly here. We may need to rely on the ESPN version to tell us what we did. So they kind of failed to put that up. But, we'll cover that in a minute. I know a lot of people were looking forward to that. So that'll be after the break in the stream. We'll start going through some of the stuff on ESPN from that game. But right now we're talking about the future of the team. Where are we going? Can we resurrect the rest of the season and possibly try to get 9 wins? You know, what's the deal here? Can we do it? You know? And also, what is our plan for 2022 going into 2022? So I'm going to start with chat here, and then we're going to go into it. Let me just make sure. There we go. Got that up. That's what's up. All right. All right. So Stephen V says, I think we should roll with Sam. Cam is washed up, and he sold his soul for Carolina 9 years ago. It took a pounding, kind of like CMC is now. We will win 3 games, maybe next draft they will use on the offense. Yeah, that's a good place to start. Let's start with Cam Newton. Again, the circumstances have kind of changed. So we're at the point where we have PJ starting for us, and that's a backup role. So my thought is with Cam Newton, you know, there's a lot of bridges to be rebuilt with Cam Newton. And I don't know that it's possible to do that if you wanted him back. And I know some people still do. And I'm not saying you do, Steven, but here's the thing. He built a house, basically a mansion, on top of Jerry Richardson's old mansion. So there's a lot of burnt bridges right now that you need to repair if you want this man back in Carolina. I don't know that it's possible. Even if you somehow manage to do that, I think we're in a position where, yes, he could be a starter right now over PJ Walker. And that would work, and it would resurrect our season. We would get 9 wins. However, he and Joe Brady would clash constantly. I could see that happening. Clear as day, I could see that happening. So there's a lot of what ifs, and I just don't think Cam Newton is the answer. So I agree with the management on not going after Cam. I think that was the right move to make. So, do I believe that he's washed up? No. I believe that he's clearly the strongest backup quarterback out there, but the problem is he doesn't want to be a backup, he wants to be a starter. So, let's continue on with this comment. They're washing up CMC right now. They're hurting CMC right now. That is true to a point. But that would be Joe Brady's fault because we're relying on the offense. 75% of the offense ran through CMC while he was on the field. And guess who showed up for practice today? The first day of practice this week, on a Wednesday, he shows up. I just saw it on Instagram earlier today, and I was like, ooh, okay. You saw what the defense did when Shaq came back. They perked up. Maybe we could do that with CMC too. We got that 1-2 running back duo, man. Split the carries a little bit. About 70-30, That would be really nasty, man. That's a nasty rushing attack when CMC comes back. I think it's fun. So yeah, I agree. CMC should not have been in any of those trade talks. I'm with him. I think that was the right move. Are we going to overuse CMC? Possibly. But, right now, I'm happy with what we have. Because you still got a good number of years left in CMC, and I think, he's young still. We'll see. Try to keep this defense the whole next year? Absolutely. Try to keep as many of these defensive players as you possibly can. I know we're not going to be able to keep all of them, but, try to keep as many as you can, minus Sean Chandler and Melvin White. I think everybody else, keep them. Keep them for as long as you possibly can. Because these guys will carry us to the playoffs and possibly some playoff wins at some point if we can fix our offense in the future. That's a solid foundation. Steven goes on to say the answer isn't Sam, Cam, or anyone else they bring in, definitely not PJ. We need a better O-line and a top 10 quarterback. We are 2 years away from putting it together. I actually agree with that. We almost had a top 10 quarterback in Matthew Stafford. And I know a lot of people are not going to agree with that, but if you really look at his abilities when he's properly protected, this man can throw. Trying to go after him was the right move. We weren't able to get him. So I think, yeah, a top 10 quarterback would be great. if we can get it, uh, the answer isn't Watson. We've talked about that one pretty much into the ground. Even if we were to get him, yes, he does have the skills to be a top 15, but I don't think a top 10. Will he get us to the playoffs? Absolutely. If you build a line around him. So you see why the number one priority has to be the offensive line. It always has to be the offensive line. You always start with the lines. Offensive and defensive lines. Everything starts from there. No matter what quarterback we get. Because even if you get an average quarterback like Jared Goff with a good O line, we could still make the playoffs. We could still get 9 wins. It could still happen. But you got to build a line. That's the number one priority. Can we get a top 10 quarterback? That's a good question. I don't know. That would be the next question after you build the O line. The problem is it's going to take 3 or 4 years to build up a solid O line to protect that top 10 quarterback, even if you get him. Because you're going to be playing Battleship trying to get the right offensive lineman. And it's always, you're missing a good chunk of the time. Because you don't know what you're getting. And some of these linemen don't necessarily translate well into the NFL with their skill sets that looked really solid in college. There's several examples of that. And you can see them spread out through the league. But again, that line has to be built before you can do anything else. And that's why I say, 2 years is nice, but 3 or 4 is more realistic before we really see a team like we had in 14 and 15 at this point. And I know that's really a long time to wait, but if you got the right coaching staff, minus Joe Brady, I think be patient. Scott Fitterer and Matt can build that. I truly believe that. And Phil Snow can coach it. I truly believe that, guys. Yes, Phil Snow has his weaknesses. He does. Every coordinator, every coach out there has his weaknesses. They're human. But, if you go in and you build the proper 53 that can go the distance, and it takes time to do that, it does take 2 to 3 years. Once you've done so, then you just fill in the gaps. And see, here's the thing, and I know this is going to turn some people off when I start talking about Dave Gettleman, but Dave Gettleman walked into this team when we had 2/3 of that set up already. All he had to do was fill in the gaps and make sure we kept those people that we needed to make those runs in 14 and 15. So I think with Scott Fitterer, we've already got a fourth of what we needed when Scott Fitterer came. And he filled in 2/3 of it. We're just trying to fill in the last fourth. And the last fourth is that offense that is really struggling right now. If we can fix that and we can retain as many of these defensive players as possible, oh yeah, I could definitely see a team like 14 and 15 showing up again. Minus Luke and Thomas Davis's smarts, that we had during that time period. But Shaq is pretty smart. Jeremy Chin is pretty smart. J.C. Horn's pretty smart as well. So is Dante Jackson. So I could see, we got some brains in this defense, and like we did in 14 and 15. But we just got to build this offense. That's all it takes. And I'm with some of these people that are saying, I hate to waste this excellent top 12 defense. I really do. and say that the season's dead and try to build for 2022. That's why I'm saying we need options to try to resurrect this 9-win season and see if we can get at least in the hunt, for a wild card spot. But is it possible to do that? That's what we're here to discuss today. Since we don't have stats from the Falcons game, we can at least talk about that. We'll do a couple press conferences and we'll cover as much of that Falcons game as possible. But there's only so much information they gave us since there isn't a box score. So we'll do what we can. Steven goes on to say, off-season, we need to deal CMC and get some picks. We need to deal Robbie and get some picks. Keep DJ. Okay. I'm on board with Robbie. I'm on board with keeping DJ. I agree with that. CMC, that's going to be a 60-40 in favor of keeping him for me. I think we can build around CMC. As long as we don't overuse him. The problem is Joe Brady. He's overusing him. And if you split the carries and make sure that, it's 70-30 in carries and plays between him and Chuba, I think we could really, really open up a lot of plays in this playbook, given the right offensive coordinator that understands what we're trying to do. You could use the RPO, you could use a couple other systems with these players, but it just requires the right offensive coordinator. And Joe Brady is not it. And it's nothing personal against him. I'm sure he's a great guy, I'm sure he's a great person, but is he the right fit? No. We got to keep hunting. So, but yeah, we could get a third round pick, I think, from trading Robbie and CJ Henderson. I do believe that's possible. Because Robbie's still got a lot of trade value. So does CJ. So put them both together, that's a third, I believe. In my opinion. You may not agree, but that's my take on it. We need 2 to 3 offensive guards at every position. Easier said than done, my friend. Easier said than done. Like I said, it's hit or miss. You're basically playing Battleship when you're trying to get offensive linemen. Whether it be in the draft, whether it be in free agency, wherever you're looking for them, it's really playing Battleship. You're going to miss 70% of the time. You may get a hit once in a while if you really do your homework and you really know what you're doing. There's a lot better chance of you getting a hit. Which I would say Deontay Brown is probably going to be a hit. I've got a feeling. I got a good feeling about him. We'll see. We won't know till we plug him in. But I got a good feeling. Because he looked good in preseason. I didn't see anything that would send me to a red flag area with him. So I really do think he's a solid hit. But we'll see. But I do agree. We need to draft at least one offensive tackle and one offensive guard every draft. Continuously. Every year. Every year. Don't hesitate. Draft one of each every year until you get as many hits as you can possibly get. And then at that point, when you got a good problem of who do you cut, who do you keep, that's when you know you're in a good position. And you can start playing musical chairs with some of these guys at that point. Right now, we're at a bad point where we're having to play musical chairs because of injuries. And you're also battling the injury bug too. So that's the other factor that's really holding us back. So we'll see how that goes, but that's ideally where you want to end up. is having like too many offensive tackles and offensive guards where you have to start cutting and start moving pieces around and try to get picks, you know? That's where I would like to see us end up. And that may not happen for another 5, 6 years. You don't know. You don't know. It all depends on what we hit and miss on. So, um, so I got my boy Kenny in here, man, from Underdog Sports. I may be on his page in a little bit tonight. We'll see. Uh, we'll see how this stream goes, and I may jump on there for a little bit. But he says, well, ain't the end of the day O-line coming from the draft and use free agency to get a top 10 quarterback? Yes, you can use free agency to get a top 10 quarterback, but only in the offseason when that quarterback carousel goes around, you know. And Stafford was in that mix. Goff was in that mix. Goff isn't technically a top 10, but Stafford, I personally think is. You know, it all depends on who you think is a top 10. And what we have the ability to trade for them. How do we get past our roadblocks to where we can get these guys? There's a lot of factors involved in going after a top 10 quarterback. And drafting a top 10 this year would be very difficult. All I see is Sam Howell right now as far as the best quarterbacks in that draft. But who knows, man? Once I start really digging into this draft board and really looking at some of these guys, then we'll see. You know, we'll see who pops up and who gets my attention. But right now, I haven't seen anybody that really does. Given the chance that I haven't really had a chance to watch much college football this year because most of my streams have been on Saturday nights. So, we'll see how that goes. But yeah, ideally you would like to go into the top 10 quarterbacks in free agency would be where you would look. You could make a trade for a top 10 quarterback. We tried that with Stafford. That didn't work. Watson isn't possible. We've already figured that out. So we kind of are where we are at this point. And we'll talk about that new quarterback that we just signed too in a little bit here. Because I don't know much about him other than what he did in college. He doesn't have any NFL experience. So, based on what he did in college, that's what we're going to judge him on. And again, some of these college players don't necessarily translate into NFL careers. You don't know. It's like that with every position coming out of college to the NFL. You don't know. Underdog Sports says, I'm here to help. Appreciate that, man. Welcome on in. Steven, what do you think we need to make the playoffs this year? That's the magical question right there. That's the magical question. All right. First off, Joe Brady needs to go this week. Immediately. He needs to go. That's problem number one. You could solve right away. You can get an offensive coordinator right off the market or solve it in-house with your quarterback coach that we have right now. Anything's better than Joe Brady right now. Second thing, get rid of Sean Chandler. He's wasting us money. $920K, and he's costing us 7 points a game. That's problem number two you can eliminate right off the bat. Just today. You can do that today. As far as the offensive line is concerned, I think, again, it's hit and miss with free agency. who would we bring in? Who would we keep? You know, who could we trade for maybe an offensive lineman? I don't know, man. There's a lot of possibilities there. Um, but I think the trade market would have started with if we had still been in before the trade deadline, which we are not anymore. Trade deadline has passed this week. But if we were still going to trade before the trade deadline, I would have moved Robbie and I would have moved CJ Henderson and try to get a either a third round pick or a backup lineman. You know, if anybody's willing to move one, which they were not. So at this point now, either way, we're stuck with free agency. I think we would have been then anyway. So we signed an offensive guard, you know, that maybe two or three, and see, just rotate them around, you know, within like a 2 day stretch for each one of them, 2 day trial for each one of them, see how they do, you know, and if any of them really clicks, then keep them in for a little longer stretch for maybe a week at a time. Let's see, you know, if we can develop a lineman that's been in the league, you know, rather than having to take an entire like half of a season to develop these guys, that works for me, you know. Um and I think that would work for a lot of people here. Uh then the question becomes, who would you sign for how much? You know, because some of these guys are going to ask for a good bit more than we're willing to move in capital for them. But I think either way, you really should have traded Robbie and CJ and just gotten that third round pick. You know, either way, because that third round pick is crucial and it would have helped us out a ton setting up for the draft. And you could have drafted an offensive guard third round in the next up and coming draft. Yeah, we do need offense guards at every position, old dogs. Yeah, true. True. But you want to coach up an offensive guard from the draft as well. So it works both ways. You need both in order to have a successful line. So then I would watch the if I was the head coach, I would watch what these drills are that we're doing in practice. And I would see, you know, which one of these drills are causing these in practice injuries that we can prevent. That's the next step. Because if we can prevent some of those, we can keep these players on the field. Then we can see what they could truly do. The more players you have on the field that are healthy, the better you're going to be able to play. The healthier we stay, the better we play. And again, I really do think that should be on a t-shirt. But for this organization, I might even have a flag made of that one day. I don't know. But the next step then would be to evaluate the offensive game plan, make sure it's solid, make sure that we're making the proper adjustments, you know, go into a game, test it out, make the proper adjustments at halftime, and then try to get the win. If it's possible that day. You know, depending on the opponent, because we know New England is really, really tough every time we play them. So I don't think we're going to come out of this one with a win coming up. But we do play the Falcons again, and we also play Washington. So those would be the two that you would really want to test these offensive game plans out on. That's what I would start doing. And the next thing I would do is get a backup quarterback that's had NFL experience. That may not be the best backup out there, but he'll still get you drives and he'll still put you in positions to win. And I'm looking around and I see Joe Flacco's name pop up. I see a couple of other names pop up. I'm 50-50 on Joe Flacco. But, he does have Super Bowl experience. There's a lot of factors when you're looking for a backup quarterback at this point. Most of the veterans that have been sitting around for a while are going to be backups now. Or backup quality, which is really what you want. And really, the more playoff experience that these guys have had, the better your chances of getting a quality backup. The problem is these guys are going to want more money. How much are we willing to spend? So that's a factor. And my mindset, I'm not just thinking this year. I'm thinking, how do we prepare for the draft? How do we prepare for 2022 as well? I don't just stop at 2021. That's not how I roll. And everybody here knows that. That's been around for a while. So, but I think those are the immediate changes that you can make. Within the next couple of weeks to really ensure that we set ourselves up. Shi Smith is back, so, losing Robbie doesn't exactly kill our offense, but it doesn't hurt us either. Because we got a solid wide receiver in Shi Smith. At that point, we got to worry about injuries. Let's keep these guys healthy. And then once we got our offense installed, let's see what happens. I don't know what's going on with Sam's injury right now. We're waiting on that. So while we wait on that, backup quarterbacks are the option right now to look at. And essentially, I would like to have 3 quarterbacks because of where PJ is right now with his arm. Not necessarily his decision making, but his arm. He's made proper decisions, but the problem is he's overthrowing everything. Now, that last quarter of the Falcons game, he did look a little bit better. I'll give you that. He's improved since preseason, which makes me happy. He's starting to look again like he was in 19 and 20, but he's not quite there yet, which is why we need a backup quarterback, a veteran, to settle in until he gets his act together while Sam is out. That's where my mind is right now as far as how can we get this team back on track for 9 wins. And even with 9 wins, we don't control our destiny in the playoffs, even if we do get in the hunt. So it's tricky. It's really tricky. We don't have the trade options anymore. That's out. So now what? We have to rely on free agency and hope what we have is enough to get us to 9. Which, in my opinion, I don't think so. But those are moves I would make today. I wouldn't even waste time. I would get rid of them today and start making those moves in free agency today. Start scouting the free agent list today. Don't wait. The longer you wait, the less of a window of an opportunity to get 9 wins there is. Those sands of time are going down, down, down for us getting 9. You know, we got to take advantage of it while we can. So, and that's stuff that Scott Fitterer could do. You know, it's not even necessarily stuff that Matt Rule has to do. It's stuff that Scott Fitterer can do. As GM. So, let's see. How aggressive is he going to be in free agency? We did get a backup quarterback, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about this one. We'll see. Throw him in there, see what he does. That's my only suggestion right now. I don't know how much we're paying him. Let me check. Assuming they've updated this on Over the Cap, we'll be able to see how much they paid this guy. I'm looking. Ooh, excuse me for the yawns. It's gonna take me a second to find this guy. Don't remember. I don't know if they've updated it yet. That's my thing. We're paying CJ 1.5. Just wanted to point that out. No, it's not in there yet. All right. So let's see. So I answered that question. You think Matt Rule is an NFL coach? Yes, I do. He checks a lot of the boxes as far as what you want in an NFL coach. I would say most of them. He he's smart with timeouts. He's smart with clock management. He's smart with how he treats his players. He's smart with motivation. He's smart with practices so far. So far so good. I've seen everything that I want to see out of Matt Rule, and he gives you detailed answers in press conferences too. Ron Rivera never did that. So that may be a weakness though, because Matt Rule did kind of give away a little bit of the game plan last week, which I didn't like. But just refine your answers, man. Just a little bit. Just put a corral, corral, rope around it, and we'll be all right. I do like him though. I think he's a solid coach. I think he's what we need. He's got a hunger to win. Excuse me. But yeah, that was the main thing that when I was looking through the coach options when we got Matt Rule was, does this coach have a hunger to win? Instead of just settling. What kind of a coordinator staff is he going to have? What kind of a philosophy is it going to have? And the reason we don't have an offensive philosophy is not because of Matt Rule, it's because of Joe Brady. But I did not like the fact that his first thought wasn't do we change the offensive gameplay, play calling wise. That should be your first thought as a head coach. When the offense is not doing anything, is it play calling? Number one. Number two, is it the players? 3, is it injuries? 4, is it my coordinator? you know, and you go down a stepladder process of questions in an elimination process, you know. What isn't working? What boxes can we check that are working? That way you can eliminate all the ones that are not the problem. And you can figure out what the problem really is. So I would like to see that kind of an approach from a head coach, but uh, that may be a little bit too much to ask. But that's just my standards, you know. Uh, but yeah, do I think he's an NFL coach? Absolutely. You think this defense can take us to a Super Bowl with Sam or PJ? That's that's kind of the question everybody's asking right now. And realistically, the defense can take us to the playoffs. Now, how far we get in the playoffs is determined by Sam. That's the question. You know, can we get to the playoffs on the defense alone with an average quarterback? Absolutely. If the game plan's solid on offense. Can we get to the Super Bowl? I don't know. I don't know. A lot of factors there. A lot of question marks that need to be answered there before we can do that. But PJ, no. At the moment, no. Now, if he was playing like he was in 19 and 20, I would say, okay, we can give him a shot, as a backup. We could maybe keep these drives going, this season going with PJ for a little bit until Sam comes back. Sure. Um, but can we get to the Super Bowl with just those two? Like I said, a lot of question marks that it doesn't necessarily involve them, you know. A lot of factors. Um, but a top 12 defense, yes, that will get you to the playoffs with a solid offense. Absolutely. And we have that top 12 offense for sure. There is no questioning that. We got a couple of things to work on that defense, but yes, I do believe we still have a top 15 defense at least, which is really good. If you consider our history with defenses, oh yeah, this is what we want. It's a lot of talent, and we're using it correctly. Um, you gotta have the offense if you want the Super Bowl. That's it. It's not just the defense that wins Super Bowls. It's the offense too. You gotta have a full package. If you don't have the full package, you're not getting there. I mean, Tampa Bay proved that last year. Kansas City proved that. Patriots proved that, several times. You got to have the full team. 53-man roster full of really, really talented people like we had in 14 and 15 to make a run at the Super Bowl. So, but it involves both sides. With the remaining schedule, how many games do you think we can win with Sam? If Sam comes back today, healthy like he was, well, let's talk about that, shall we? I don't have that up, but I should. Hold up. I'll go ahead and put that up on screen. This one. There we go. All right, so we are currently 4-4. We got those 3 wins to start out. We lost to the Cowboys. That was expected. We fell into the trap of the Eagles. We fell into the trap of the Vikings, which we should have beat the Vikings. That should be a split. and then that embarrassing loss to the Giants. So we resurrect our season with a win over the Falcons. Barely. All right, so remaining schedule. We've got New England in our home stadium. We don't have to deal with that crowd up in Boston. So, we don't have to deal with Tom Brady anymore. We don't have to deal with Gronk. So this is a slightly different Patriots team than we're used to playing. But the problem is you still got Belichick. And Belichick can hurt you in many different ways. When he had Tom Brady and Gronk, he was deadly. But now it's just Belichick and some weapons. Can we win that game? I'm going to say no. If we can't beat the Giants and we barely beat the Falcons, I don't see it. At this point, with Sam in, I don't see it. Cardinals. Cardinals have shown they're for real. That's probably going to be an L, even with Sam Darnold in. All right, so that's 4-6. Washington, I think we could beat with Sam in, healthy. I think that's possible. Washington's defense is pretty good, but yeah, I think Sam could find a way around it. I haven't really studied this team much yet, so when we get there, we'll get there to take a look at it. But yeah, I don't know where their weaknesses are, but I know that they have a few strengths on that offense that can be a little tricky to deal with. So, but it's the defense that can hurt us. That's frankly what it's going to be with Washington. And can we win against them? Yes. It's going to be a tight ball game, but yes, it's going to look like the Falcons game. But we can beat them. All right, so that's 5 and 6. The Dolphins. The thing with the Dolphins is they started out solid. Tua was throwing some darts, and then I'm not sure what happened there, but I think Tua went down with an injury or something, and now they're only getting like 17 points, somewhere around that range, which I mean is beatable. We can beat that on defense. But the Dolphins' defense, that's where our problems begin. Because, again, they've got a few playmakers on the Dolphins' defense, and we are still struggling to find an identity. Even this late into the season at week 12, this is just if we keep Joe Brady and everything stays the same as it is, right? I don't see a win there if we keep Joe Brady around for this game. I don't see it. So that's 5 and 7. Falcons game. Win. We already proved we could beat the Falcons in their dome. So let them come to our stadium. We got home crowd advantage. We already know what we're dealing with. Ridley was not in that game, but I'm assuming he'll be in week 14. And Ridley is a very, very talented wide receiver and a very scary one. But he was out for personal reasons, so we got really lucky the first time. The next time, Ridley's going to roast us for at least 80 yards. I can tell you that right now because Ridley is just a absolute monster. Without Ridley in, Dante was free to go and help out on the other side or help out with some rushes, whatever he was able to do, to help out, he was able to do it. Once he got control of his wide receiver matchup over there, that kind of gave him that freedom. But with Ridley in, you don't get that freedom anymore. you have to stay on him the entire game, or he will roast you for many, many, many yards. It's like Julio Jones. You cannot leave this man alone at all at any point in the game, or it's curtains for you. And it's going to make you look horrendous. So I don't want to see any of these like overly aggressive missed tackles. You guys know which ones I'm talking about. Where he just misses them completely, goes for the toes and just misses them completely. Can't have that with Ridley. Can't have that. That will be your undoing right there. Because if the only thing you got left in that backfield is Sean Chandler, you're screwed. Point blank, you're screwed. He will roast Sean Chandler for 7 points. I can see that coming right now. I don't even need to be an ESPN analysis to figure that one out. Come on, man. It's obvious. And Chandler's the obvious weakness of this defense. So, offensive coordinators all around their schedule have figured it out. It didn't take them long either. All you need is a little film study. But yeah, that restricts Dante Jackson, so he can't go around the field and help out or get involved in blitzes or anything like that. It won't end well. Will Ridley be the difference maker in that Atlanta game in Week 14? I think so. And I think this is going to be a much tighter game than the other one was. It was 19-14 the first one, I think it was. Yeah, 19-13. So, this is going to be within 3 to 7 points this time in Week 14. So, I don't know what's going to happen. It's going to come down to who makes the big plays, penalties, and, Sam Darnold with this offensive coordinator, Joe Brady, not giving us horrible plays to work with. If we get a few solid drives, we'll be okay. But if Sam starts throwing picks and starts staring down receivers like he was a couple weeks ago, we're in trouble. I don't like that. I will say this, though. Atlanta's secondary is god-awful. It's probably 30th, somewhere in between 30th and 32nd in the league. That's my take on it so far. Because everybody's roasted that secondary at some point or another. Everybody. We tried to. We just don't have the deep ball threat that everybody else has. But you'll notice the next time you watch a Falcons game, watch the secondary just get absolutely toasted by a deep ball. It'll happen at least like 4 or 5 times a game. It's so bad. So, luckily, we don't have that problem. So, that used to be a problem for us, but not anymore. But yeah, it'll be a few different factors in that game that'll determine that one. And we usually split the Falcons, so I think loss 5-8. Bills will absolutely destroy us. That's 5-9. Buccaneers will destroy us. 5-10. Saints is a win. That's 6. That's 6 wins. Buccaneers destroy us again, even with their backups in. 6-11. That's what we're looking at. Now do y'all see why I say that we have already screwed ourselves out of the playoffs? Now do y'all see that? It makes sense once you start looking at the bigger picture. Yes, the NFC is open because of injuries, but we've been hit majorly by the injury bug every year. Every year, it's so bad, dude. We've had injuries in practices, though. That's the difference. Like, and they're major player injuries too. Like we had a punter that had a bad back. We had two players that were on concussion protocol. I mean, it's stuff like that. You can't make the playoffs when you have that stuff happening. It's, I mean, you can, but it's extremely difficult. Man. So that's what I think about that. Do we need a better medical staff? I don't know. That's a good question. That's a really good question right now, though, Steven. Because first thing I would do as a coach would be to look at what drills we're running. You know, what's causing these injuries during practices? Let's determine that. You know, are these freak accidents? Are these football related injuries? Are they preventable injuries? You know, versus non preventable. Then, um, yeah, exactly. Why are there so many injuries? That's what you got to look at is what drills are we running because most of these injuries have been happening during practices. They're not even on the field during games, they're during practices. And I mean, this was the issue that carried over from Ron Rivera's staff too. So this isn't a new thing. Um and again, I'm going to quote Kevin Avery from the Four-Man Rush. He said that these drills that we're running are protected by the DEA. Now, I don't know much about the DEA, but I can tell you that I think it's time to start reevaluating some of these plays, these drills that we're running. Um, that's another good factor too, Steven. Good question. Is it the new turf? We were on grass. Good question. I have noticed that more injuries happen on turf than on regular grass. That is a good thing to explore as well. I'm with you on that. I think that number slightly increased with turf, which I expected to happen. But again, what are these practice fields made of? Are they made of grass? Are they made of turf? What are they made of? That's another thing I wanted to know. And the biggest thing is, are we diagnosing these players correctly? Because there was the former trainer was investigated by the league. That was under Ron Rivera's staff. Now, are we still doing the same misdiagnoses with a different trainer? That's something I would like to explore. This is a major factor in can we keep these seasons alive or are we just going to keep screwing ourselves into the ground? Yeah, the new fields are turf. Are the practice fields turf though? That's what I was wondering. Because if the practice fields are turf, yeah, that would explain a couple of these injuries for sure. I'll give you that. Um, that would be a major factor. They got their new indoor bubble. Uh, I don't know if that really makes a difference, but it's more so the grass and what drills we're running. That's where I've got questions. But until we can start answering those questions, we're not going to get anywhere. So, to better answer your question, do we need a better medical staff? Yes and no is the answer to. Realistically, do you think we will ever win a Super Bowl? Well, if you think about it, it takes a full 53-man roster, like we had in 14 and 15, to be able to compete for a Super Bowl, much less win a Super Bowl. So until we can get that full 53-man roster with limited injuries during that year and a schedule that suits us to where we can get those wins, at least 10 or more, then we can start focusing on playoff teams, who's doing what during the year, how did they get to where they were, what factors played into that, how would they play during the playoffs, and what trades can we make before the trade deadline to ensure that we keep that run alive, so there's a lot of factors there, ton of factors in trying to win a Super Bowl. And even if you get to the Super Bowl, there's no guarantee you're going to win it. We had that proven in 15. We had the 53-man roster, but we just had that one kryptonite weakness, and that's all it took to bring us down. So, I think if they didn't have Wade Phillips and they didn't figure out, oh, hey, Rivers is a revolving door, I think we would have had a really solid chance to win. But, we've had 2 chances now. And when we played the Patriots back in 04 and 05, we were really, really close. And I like the 14 and 15 team better than I do the 04 and 05. And here's why: because you had full depth all the way down the roster. I mean, if one of these guys gets hurt, you can guarantee the next guy up is going to come in and do the same thing that the guy that was in there was doing. Minus Luke Kuechly, Thomas Davis, and Greg Olsen, obviously. And Cam Newton. But those are your, extra icing on the cake players. That you can't replace that mental knowledge. You can't replace that athletic ability that they bring extra, onto the field. And we didn't have that in 04 and 05, but we were able to put together a full roster of players that was able to compete with New England, which was impressive at the time, because if you think about what New England's built over the years, it's not a surprise, that they were that good, But we had such a good team that we took the Rams to double overtime that year and won in their building. So, you got to have that special group of guys. And there's a lot of things that have to go right in order for you to get there. And plus, I can't prove it. They're known cheaters for a couple Super Bowls at least. But the rest of them, take them or leave them. We can't really prove them, so they're just theories. But I do want to bring up Joey Slye in a little bit too. Joey Slye getting cut by the 49ers. That was really weird. I thought Joey Slye was doing all right. Just my take. So I thought that was weird. Steven says, I've been a fan since the beginning, through the good, the bad, and the ugly, and I want to see one Super Bowl. I do too, man. I do too. I've been a fan since 03. Once I really learned what this game was, and how it was truly played, and I didn't start getting into the knickknacks of it until probably the early 2010s, to where we are now. But once I started doing that, it became clear to me which team I wanted to really stick with. After I saw that 04 and 05 Super Bowl, I said, okay, yep, Panthers are my team. Love these guys. My heart was fully invested at that point. But before that, when I was learning the game, I was partially invested because I didn't really understand the game and I didn't know who, I should be rooting for. I was learning the players, I was learning the teams. I was learning what they did right, what they didn't do. You know, who they were, identity wise. So, but that's what made me stick with the Panthers because they keep pounding mantra, man. That's why I named this channel what it is in this page. And I'm not just saying it, I'm shouting it. Keep pounding because that's what we do. You're actively doing that. Not just on the football field, but in real life too. So I fell in love with that. I fell in love with every aspect from the top to the bottom. So, and I want to see a Super Bowl too, man. Dude, we were so close at 15. I thought that was the best shot we were going to have for years of getting one. And I felt like it was right there. We were a year ahead of schedule. Man, we were so close. We'll get it, though. We'll get it. Yeah, man. Everybody loves to keep pounding mantra, man. Even fans from other teams love it. It's a beautiful thing. Really is. 2015 team mashed well and they grinded well every week. I don't see the grind in this team. I agree, man. I don't see it either. I see it on defense, but I don't see it on offense. So we got some work to do. All right, that being said, let's all right, so I'm gonna set up for break here and I'll answer one more comment real quick. Did they take away the keep pounding chant at games? Someone said they took it away. Technically, no. I mean, people kept doing it anyway. You heard it during the third game against the third home game that we did. So yeah, we kept it alive. It's still there. They just decided to go with the virtual panther instead of the drum. That's all that happened. But really, it's the fans that keep it alive, and that's the way it ought to be, because the fans really started it with Sam Mills, and not necessarily the organization, but Sam Mills and the fans, because we carried it along. We kept it going, we kept it moving. So, and if we want to keep it alive, we got to keep it moving. We got to keep doing it every home game. Whether they break out the drum or not. So that's what we're going to be doing. Give me just one quick second to set some music, and then we'll go on break here. Is that cool with y'all? All right. Absolutely, Steven. Appreciate giving it to you, man. Because, like, this team deserves our time and our effort and our love, you know? Alright. You guys ready? We'll go on break, and then when we come back, we'll open up Zoom chat for everybody, and you guys can call in at that point. I don't know why it's not letting me pin the number and password, but just scroll up in chat, and you'll see it on both. So, and I'll let you guys in once I get off break. All right. See you guys in a few minutes. Hit that like button one time.
People are streaming more of what they love with Windows 11 and Intel.
I like to watch movies, documentaries. Windows 11 is giving us things faster. We haven't really experienced any buffering.
Learn more about Windows 11 PCs with the Intel Evo platform at windows.com/brings-you-closer.
All right, guys, we are back. Apologies about the dead silence on the stream. Usually there's some music going on. I'll try to do better about that. I didn't know it was going to randomly stop like that. But and just not go to the next song. But YouTube's like that sometimes, man. I don't know. But welcome back if you are still here. Zoom chat is open. The number and the password are in chat. Both chats, YouTube and Facebook. So if you'd like to jump in, you're welcome to. If you just want to stay in chat and message, put some chat messages in, you're welcome to do that too. Or if you're watching this on VOD, you're welcome to throw some comments up after the stream is over, and I'll see if I can respond to them if I have time and if I get a chance to see them. Good chunk of the time I don't. So, all right. So, what do we want to get into here? Right, Panthers and Falcons game here. And here's the box score. Okay, here we go. We got some stats. All right. Thank you, ESPN. ESPN always helps us out, when the Panthers website doesn't. So, and it's weird when they don't put up the full box score. That's really strange. All right, so let's get into it. Sam Darnold, 13 for 24, 129 yards. No touchdowns, no picks. For a 56.1 quarterback rating. Not too exciting, but I mean, it got the job done. PJ Walker 0 for 1. He only had that one pass attempt. And I felt like didn't he jam that ball in there too when he tried to throw it? So overall, as a team, quarterbacks wise, we were 13 for 25 for 129 yards. Not quite enough to really make anybody scared of us. Rushing wise, we got Chuba Hubbard with 24 carries, 82 yards, and a touchdown. His longest was 9 yards. There you go, man. See, that's our number 2 running back right there, Chuba Hubbard. I'm telling you. 1-2 punch. Once we get CMC back, the 70-30 carry ratio will be absolutely phenomenal. And that's what's going to carry our offense. We're probably going to do a lot of rushing plays. It's going to be a 70-30 rushing attack offense because that's what Joe Brady seems to favor is Christian McCaffrey. So, and because our passing game has not been spectacular at all, it should open up that passing attack. Excuse me, Mr. Yawn. Again. A little tired after celebrating my Braves World Series win. Let's go. World Series, baby. Sorry, had to tote it, man. Had to tote it today. I had to. You knew it was coming. "26 years of frustration." Anyway, Panthers have had more years of that. I can tell you that much. They're the only team that does not have a championship of my favorite teams so far. Step it up, boys. That NFC ring is not enough. I need more. I need more. Also, I found a website with Super Bowl jerseys for $35 plus whatever tax and shipping is too. So I thought that was kind of cool. So I may cash in on that a little bit. But anyway, back to it, man. So Chuba is our solid number 2 running back. I really do believe that. We were able to shut down Mike Davis on the opposite side for 9 carries for 44 yards. Pretty good. And Mike Davis is not the greatest running back out there, but he can still hurt you if you let him out of the box. And case in point, he had an 18-yard run. So, there you go. You know, don't sleep on any of these guys. And there was also 1 year where Matt Ryan was actually doing pretty well rushing too. He found some rushing lanes and he took advantage of them because of all the deep coverage defenses that people kept running against him. Which you expect that considering Matt Ryan's throwing ability. You got to cover these wide receivers. Otherwise, roast after roast after roast after roast, he can absolutely destroy your defense if you let him. And luckily, Sunday was not one of those times. We played well and we played disciplined on defense. I was very pleased that we only give up 13 points. So, you know, however, Matt Ryan was 20 for 27, 146 yards. You know, 1 touchdown. From the touchdown number on, this is where you start to see what I'm talking about with the Falcons' offensive line. Because if that line was solid, he'd have easily 300 yards. He'd be matching all these good top 10 quarterbacks easily without even breaking a sweat. And that's the least he can do. You add his rushing ability to that once you get an offensive line that can actually give him some lanes. Ooh. You saw what he did when he got to the Super Bowl. That year that he made it to the Super Bowl. You don't sleep on Matt Ryan. You just don't. But here's where the offensive line starts taking effect. Where it's been a horrible offensive line for the Falcons. Where Matt Ryan only gets 1 touchdown. He has 2 picks. One of those picks was because our defense was really that good. You know, the other one, he kind of threw it into some heavy traffic and was trying to force one in there. But we got it. We got that interception. The O-line again failed to block, so he got sacked 3 times for 15 yards. So there you go. That proves right there with those numbers my theory. 20 for 27 proves his accuracy. 146 yards proves his accuracy. Yeah. And Sam Darnold matched him with 13 for 24, 129 yards on a good day where Matt Ryan was having a bad day. Now, when Matt Ryan is having a good day and he's got a protection, he's as good as Rodgers ever will be, if not better. And I'm saying it on stream, folks. I am. Y'all want to debate me on it? Go for it. I am all ears to hear debates on that. And I know I'm going to regret saying that. But I'm opening that one up if anyone wants to debate that one. Y'all know the number, you know the password. It's on the chats. Come on. Alright, so Sam Darnold himself rushed for eight carries for 66 yards. And the fact that Sam has to rush 8 times. Don't like it. Because every time that man rushes, it puts our season in jeopardy. And sure enough, he gets hurt in the third quarter. And guess what happens? Here comes PJ. And we get only 3 points in the fourth quarter. Only 3. Only a field goal. No, 7 points. 7 points, my bad. We only got 7 in the fourth. On a halfway decent drive by PJ. With the rushing plays being used. Only. He had 1 incompletion during that drive, but, you know, the rest of it was rushing plays. We kind of went run happy there. We got the 7. One thing I will say is we at least put up 3 during the third quarter. Look at this. We actually put up points during the third quarter. That's a rarity. Probably should have been 7, but hey, we'll take it. We'll take it. You get what you can get. Amir Abdullah, the new running back, got 8 carries for 31 yards. His longest was 9 yards. Very nice. Royce Freeman, 6 for 25. Longest was 6 yards. Not bad. So, here we go. Wide receiving. This is going to be really interesting for some folks. DJ Moore, 4 catches for 59 out of 8 targets. I'm starting to see what's going on here. I'm starting to see this. Okay. Back me up on this. Maybe I'm missing this by a country mile, but we'll try this. This is playing devil's advocate here. What if, for the first set of games that we played up until now, Robbie Anderson was our number 1 wide receiver in our drawn up plays, and DJ was number 2 option. What if that was the case? So they doubled up Robbie Anderson, and DJ gets single coverage with some linebacker help, and that's why he kept getting all those catches. It's starting to make sense now. So now that Robbie gets only 1 target and no catches, and DJ was considered the number 1 target, look how these numbers shifted. 4 for 8 for DJ. And 59 yards. Now, this begs the question, who's really the problem here? And you point right back at the offense coordinator. It's Joe Brady. It's so obvious that if it was a snake, it would have bit you. If you look at these stats every week, it doesn't take a mathematician to figure it out. once you consider who was the number one wide receiver in these playbooks, in these design plays, who was the number two wide receiver that week in those design plays, who was thrown to, it makes perfect sense. It connects the dots. And the fact that Joe Brady cannot draw up a decent enough playbook to where it splits those targets up proves it's Joe Brady. Now do y'all see, man? Like, it's not a mystery. We're not hunting ghosts on Scooby-Doo here. Seriously, it's plainly obvious. And I don't know why some of these people that are Joe Brady praisers here think he's the best thing since sliced bread still, when we're struggling to even get to the 20-point range every week. When Robbie Anderson is getting 14 for 40 or something like that. When DJ Moore goes 4 for 8, y'all want to blame Sam Darnold for that? I mean, okay. You can to a degree because Sam was throwing some forced passes in where they shouldn't go, but it's not entirely Sam's fault. I don't know if you guys are watching the same games I am, but these guys are not getting open. You look at these designs are too basic for NFL level. Been saying it every week, and I'll keep saying it until we fire Joe Brady. Because he's not the offense coordinator we need. Nothing personal against him, he's just not the offense coordinator we need. We can do better. And I've named two people right off the bat that we could go after. Cam Turner, the guy from the Colts. So I'm not just saying, oh, fire the person and not come up with solutions. I've already came up with two options for you guys. Pick your poison. Which one do you want? Obviously, which one I want is Cam Turner, but y'all make up your own minds. Matter of fact, Cam Turner might be overqualified. But, hey, that's just my take. Think what you want. But, we got Amir Abdullah with 3 catches for 35 yards. Again, these running backs are considered wide receivers as well, so they double up roles. Tommy Tremble, 3 for 18. 4 targets. Ian Thomas, 1 target for 10. Chuba Hubbard, 1 target for 9 out of 2. And I think that's the right way to use Chuba is give him 2 or 3 targets a game, see what he does with it. Don't go overboard, just use him as a running back. Once we get CMC back, then you can kind of push that to 4, maybe 5, and see where we can go with that. Because he's proving that he can catch it, He's only had 1 drop a game in the last 2 games. He's had 1 drop this past game and 1 against the Vikings. So, I mean, generally, he's doing what he's supposed to be doing. So, I say expand the role. If he goes 3 for 5, chop it back. If he goes 3 for 6, chop it back. And push those on CMC, and because CMC can take it, So that's what I envision us using Chuba Hubbard and CMC as. Once CMC comes back, split that up. 70-30, because CMC can take the 70, Chuba can take the 30. He's proven it, and you take the heat off of CMC, and he doesn't get injured. The chances of injury are a lot less after that point. And I think that's what we were originally doing, but it was more 80-20 when we were using a CMC in there. Maybe 90-10, if you want to guess. And that's too much. But see, at the time, Chuba was developing. And I see why they were doing that with Chuba, with CMC, but we needed to spread that ball out passing. That makes up the difference. Once you start chopping up who gets the ball, in certain situations. Start throwing a few more passes. Maybe that takes the heat off CMC, while Chuba's developing. Whatever it takes, man. But you just don't want that man broken up. So yeah, Abdullah is proving he can catch. So I'm happy about that. We targeted Kirkwood. We targeted Royce Freeman once a piece. None of them did it. Neither one of them did anything. Shi Smith, we only used him on a RPO. I forget what you call that play. Y'all help me out with that one, because I don't remember what that play was called that they used Shi on. I wouldn't necessarily call it a screen, but I've seen Clemson do it a lot, where they toss it over there and they just rely on the player to get the yards after the catch, from the line of scrimmage. And it'll be behind two blockers, sometimes three, and he'll go as far as he can go, And I like the play. It's just you got to run that when they're not expecting it. Do I like that in the NFL? Not as much, because a lot of these defensive players have seen it already. They've played a lot of college ball, so they've seen this stuff already. This is college level play. Play call right there for that specific type of play. Yes, it is considered RPO, but it's college level. Again, draw play is college level. Screen plays, college level. I mean, this is just basic stuff. And I had somebody, I think it was Michael Tillman, saying that Sam can't read defenses. Agree and disagree with that. Agreed on some of the more sophisticated defenses when they start adjusting and they start throwing some audibles or movements on him that he's not expecting. Yeah, he can't read that. He's not experienced enough. This is his third year in the league. He's not going to be able to read that. The more experienced quarterbacks like Matt Ryan, Watson, who's been in the league for a while, Tom Brady will recognize that immediately, because they've had some years under their belt. They've seen everything. So yeah, they'll see that stuff and they'll be able to read it. So where I disagree with him is the fact that we've had as many passes in as we've gotten. You know, he was able to get 13 passes in before he got hurt, completed. How about the other games that we won? You know, how about the other games that we played? Yes, he was able to get some passes into defensive coverages, NFL coverages, by the way, not just college coverages, NFL coverages, and he was able to read them just fine. The problem is he forced those balls in there where they shouldn't go. That's where the problem began with Sam Darnold. His happy feet, like Jake Delhomme said. And I love that article. I can't praise that article enough. Thank you so much for interviewing Jake Delhomme. That was brilliant. Brilliantly done. Because that man asked all the right questions in all the right ways. The only thing that was missing was the conversation about Joe Brady, which I would have loved to hear what his thoughts were on him. Maybe he went off the record with that. We'll never know. We'll never know, but hey, great interview though, still. Get what you can get out of it, right? You know, and we're just talking about the offense here. So I feel like that's, it's the beginning of something. What we were able to put together against the Falcons was the beginning of something. We need advanced stages at this point, though. We're 8 games into the season. We need advanced. We need NFL level play calling at this point. And Joe's just not capable of doing it. Again, nothing personal, but he's just not capable. Probably a great guy though. You know, if I saw him on the street and I met him, I would definitely go up, make the effort to go up and shake his hand and talk to him. You know, and just have a normal conversation. You know, what do you think about this player? What do you think about that player? You know, how's the development going? You know, this, that, and the other. You know, small talk. I would be glad to do that, but is he the right fit for us, man? No. You could have small talk with Joe Brady, but once that man gets into the press conference, oh my God. It's like he becomes a completely different person. He just gives you the most basic answers that are humanly possible. And I'm just sitting there like, really, Joe? These are really what you think? This is common football knowledge, bro. Stop this. Give us something that we can actually use, please. Like, he refused to give these. I don't know. Like I said, I love him as a person, but let's get into this defense. Let's talk some positives. Shaq Thompson comes back and triumphantly gets 10 tackles, 8 of them solo, and a tackle for a loss. I mean, Shaq was just all over the place. He missed a couple of tackles, but hey, I'm not holding that against him with that total right there. You know, you take what you can get from a man that just came off an injury list. Carter, 3 solo tackles, 7 total. That's where I had the problem was Carter because I was expecting some open field tackles and I didn't get them. But, you know, again, take what you can get. This defense did well. So, Jeremy Chin, 4 for 5 on tackling. uh, 4 solos. Shout out to Timmy that's in chat right now. What's up, man? How you doing, man? So Sean Reddick, 3 solo tackles for 4. He had 1 sack and 2 tackles for a loss. What a day by Reddick on Sunday. Like, can we just give this man some love? Can we just give this man some love, please? That's what I like to see, Reddick. This man's been on fire since what, the Eagles game? Jeez. Every week. Every week he's putting up numbers like that. I love it. That's consistency right there. That's the type of players we need to retain, after this year's over with. We don't need to cut that man. Keep him here. That's been one of our biggest problems over the past, 5-6 years, is we cut these players after they've done well. If they've even had an ounce of talent with us and done anything, it's like a farm system. And I'm like, no. Let's stop that. We are not getting rid of these players without some value. We need to set that guideline right away in the offseason in 2022. I'm done with this nonsense. I want some, draft picks, man. If y'all want these players, you're going to have to come trade with us. You're going to have to come to us. We ain't coming to you. You going to come to us. You name your price. What are you willing to give up for said player? Fill in the blank player. What do you want? 9 times out of 10, I'm going to say no. Because I don't think that player is worth the same amount you do. Well, let's see. Let's see what you guys think. I'm willing to have conversations with a few of these teams if I'm the GM, when trading is back on, And I'm going to say, look, even when trading is not back on, I'm still going to have some conversations with some of these people. And I'm going to say, look, what is your value on said player? And we're going to have some conversations about the values of players. And it's going to go up and down. It's going to vary throughout the entire offseason. But, you know what I'm saying? Like, I would be doing that way before offseason even started. Once you know the season's dead, or that you're going to make the playoffs, start having those conversations immediately. Be like, okay, this player's worth this round pick, or this level of picks, this amount of picks, How much is he worth to you? I'm not saying we're trying to trade. I'm saying how much is our XYZ players worth? We'll have that conversation. And if I can get on the same page with you about that, once it comes to trading time, then I'll know which teams I want to trust and which ones I don't. Because I know what trade values both of these representatives agree on, What we agree on versus what the other teams don't. Then we can start having some proper trade conversations, We start throwing in players. We start having real active conversations, It ain't going to be none of that trade rumor garbage. It's going to be, okay, we're in talks with said team, We ain't going to say what players are involved. We're going to say we're in talks. That's all the media is going to get. And we're going to say, okay, during these talks, let's have some fun. Let's discuss these players. What do you want? What's your values on these players? What can we trade? It's as simple as that. And if Scott Fitterer has even half of that idea going on as far as trade, how he wishes to trade, which I believe he does, which is how we got CJ Henderson at a great price, great trade value. We got Gilmore at a great trade value, This man knows what he's doing. Let him do his work, man, But, like I said, I would take it a step further. I would say, okay, let's talk about trade value of certain players before trade value goes up or down, and we can actively start having discussions on trades. Just private business conversations. That's really what I would call them. That the media doesn't need to know about. They don't need to know about that. Don't tell them a word. But, okay. So, we got Reddick with those big numbers right there. And I'm worried about him being a farm player. I'm worried about that. I don't want to see him thrown out there again. It's like we boost these players' stats and then they get shipped out. The ones that have been in the league for a while, we bring them in, we boost their numbers, and then they get shipped out. And then automatically they start doing really well. Or we draft a couple of players and we boost their stats, and then we ship them off, and then they hurt us. That's what we've been doing. And that pattern has got to stop. Okay? It's got to stop. No cuts, no trades without proper value. Period. I'm done with it. We got to change our philosophy on that. It's just got to happen. If we want to retain good players and we want people to keep coming here, we got to change it. All right, so Deontay Brown, or Derek Brown, 3 for 3. We got Frankie Louvu, 1 for 3 on tackles, half of a sack and a tackle for a loss. Great job, Louvu. I love Louvu, man. I hope we're able to keep this dude. I really, really, really want to keep this dude. That's the next future starter linebacker right there. That's the next AJ Klein type right there. I'm calling it right now. He has starting material. And he's under the shadow of Shaq, who was under the shadow of Luke and Thomas Davis. So he's learning a lot right now. He learned everything that Luke and Thomas Davis taught Shaq. Shaq's passing it on to him. And I hope that keeps going down the line. I really, really do. Because Louvu, right now, if we were to move him to a different team, that man would be an instant starter on a few teams. At least 4. At least 4. I'd say 5 or 6. Debatably. Alright. Brian Burns. We got 1 for 3 tackles, half a sack. He got involved again, finally. Gross Matos, 2 for 2, 1 sack, 1 tackle for a loss. And I've been saying this, Gross Matos deserves a shot at starter role. I still believe that. But moving on. Dante Jackson, 2 tackles. Johnston, 2 tackles. Keith Taylor, 2 tackles. And I know for a fact Dante Jackson got 2 pass deflections. So give him credit for those. Keith Taylor, I think, got an interception too, didn't he? At least a tip ball. I don't know if he got an interception or not, but I know he got at least a tip ball. Gilmore, 1 for 2. He did well. It's not showing any of the other stats besides that on ESPN right now, so. Fox, 1 solo tackle for 2. Bravion Roy, same thing. Melvin, 1 for 1. Franklin, 1 for 1. Kenny Robinson, 1 for 1. Stanford, 1 for 1. No, Stanford and Richie both had 1 total tackle. I thought Richie was hurt. Last I heard, Richie was hurt. That's weird. Guess he's healthy now, and he came in. AJ Boye, no tackles, no sacks, no tackles for loss. So what did he do? Jones, same thing, no tackles. No tackles for a loss, no sacks. So what did these two do? I don't know. But that'll be in the detailed box score, which they didn't print. So, but as a team, we went 37 solo tackles out of 54 total. 3 sacks, 5 tackles for a loss. Not a bad day's work for this defense. I'm pleased. You know, that's the numbers you want to see right there. What I'd also like to see is the pass deflection numbers. There's a couple of other sections I focus on too, which are not here right now. So, and that's fine. But here's an important one. The kicker went 4 for 4, 57 being his longest, and 1 for 1 on extra point. He had 13 points in that game. 13 out of the 19. So what does that tell you? We got 1 touchdown. Just 1 offensively. That's not enough. That's not enough. And that 1 touchdown came in the 4th quarter. That wasn't even from Sam. That's not going to cut it. PJ is not getting it done either. Our offense is a joke in the league. It really, really is. Anybody can get passing yards like we got to these receivers, like these 3 for 5, 3 for 4, 1 for 1, 1 for 2. Anybody can do that in the league and get like 30 or something yards from it. Anybody can do that. We don't have deep balls. We don't have sophisticated play call. We don't have adjustments. Those are the things you need to be able to keep these drives going. And you can blame penalties all you want, but at the end of the day, you're just covering up for what the real problem is. As I said, you're putting a Band-Aid on a gaping wound. We can keep ignoring this, folks. We can keep blaming Sam, but we can keep blaming penalties. We can keep blaming this or that. But at the end of the day, we know that the playbook that we're working with is trash. It's pure trash. It's basic level. And that 13 for 24 proves it. Look at the difference between him and Matt Ryan. Matt Ryan is using a sophisticated playbook. 20 for 27 with his accuracy. If you have accuracy and you have a sophisticated playbook, you're going to get 146 yards with a broken line and at least one touchdown. The rest of those numbers are reflective of Matt Ryan's offensive line. Give him a good line, watch those numbers soar. That's the difference between him and Sam Darnold. You give Sam Darnold a decent line, his numbers will fluctuate a little bit higher, but it won't be spectacular, you know? It'll be maybe top 20 quarterbacks in the league, but it doesn't exactly cut it, right? It'll be enough to get you to the playoffs, sure, but can you win playoff games with that? Not necessarily. That's where the defense has to carry you. And they will. But they will with the top 12 defense. They will. But you got to have the type of accuracy that Matt Ryan has. You've got to have at least some of the accuracy that Matt Ryan has. And a decent playbook. Otherwise, it ain't happening. All right, so let's take a look at some of these games for Week 9. Then we'll get into the press conferences, and then we'll call it a stream. Unless somebody's got something they want to ask or anything like that, you know, bring up a player's name, anything. You know, I'm willing to talk today. So this Jets and Colts game, I got surprisingly, I'm going to go with the Jets. Now, why is that? Did you see what they did last week? This is going to shock some people if you haven't seen it. Get ready for this one. If you haven't seen this score yet, this is going to really shock you. This is why I'm picking the Jets over the Colts. Look at this. 34-31 over the Cincinnati Bengals last week. Wow. Right? Are you kidding me? Like, that's what we're doing now? Like, these guys are pulling off surprise upsets like this, and I'm just like, wow, man. Okay, so we'll take a look at last week's scores, and then we'll look at Week 9 previews here. So, yeah, that was the shocker last week. Nobody was expecting that at all. And Cincinnati's been looking a little bit rougher in the past couple of weeks than they were when they started out. So, you know, it's kind of like, okay, but you lost to the Jets. Yikes. Now you're pulling a 180. You're going the opposite direction that you need to be going, Cincinnati. What in the world was that? You know, that was a complete shocker. Okay, so 24-21 Green Bay over Arizona. Now, that was exactly what we all expected it was going to be. Tight ball game. Both quarterbacks throwing some heat. You know, both defenses playing well. I mean, it's just an even game all around. There was no telling who was going to win. But then you got to remember Aaron Rodgers' fourth quarter comebacks. Guess who came back again? Come on, man. Everybody forgets about that. they all throw Aaron Rodgers under the bus, and he has a bad year with the Packers, starting out, and then all of a sudden, here comes the old Aaron Rodgers. Arizona coming into that game said, yeah, man, this is going to be an even game. We got this under control. We got this. Rodgers is not himself this year, but he's still going to throw some darts. We got this. Fourth quarter, here comes Aaron Rodgers with a fourth quarter comeback again. Just like the old days. Ooh-wee. Surprise, surprise, Arizona. You didn't see that coming, did you? Golly. Alright, so I think a lot of people were surprised that we beat the Falcons. I know I was. After the last week when we lost to the Giants, I was not expecting a win. I'll be real with you. But we managed 19 points and it was enough. So Buffalo 26 over Miami's 11 points. That was kind of a slow game for Buffalo. They really didn't get much going. And if they're going to have a slow game, that needs to be the one. You know what I mean? Miami's struggling right now. And Buffalo's defense is really good. And that's evidenced by the fact that Miami only got 11. If Buffalo's defense was average, you'd see them get like 20 points. Probably. And still fail. But yeah, we really, really need to watch out for that Buffalo defense. They may shut us out later on. I'm a little worried about that. We may get lucky and get a field goal on them, but I think that's about all we're going to get. And then they're going to slaughter us on offense. Once our defense gets tired, it's going to be like 28-3 or something like that. It's going to be ugly. Their offense won't be in try-hard mode, but, they'll still... It'll be bad. San Francisco 33 to Chicago's 22. Expected. The Bears are having a rough season. Justin Fields is not the answer in Chicago, clearly. Which I could have told you that. So, I don't think it really matters what quarterback you put in Chicago. They're still going to struggle. Why? Because of the offensive line. Ding, ding, ding. Are y'all starting to get it now? Is this starting to resonate? You can't succeed if you don't have a line. It ain't hard. It really isn't that hard to figure out. So now we got Pittsburgh 15-10 over Cleveland. Now that one, Cleveland's been struggling for the past couple weeks, so I kind of saw that coming. I'll be honest. I didn't expect that score to be as low as it was, but yeah, Cleveland's offense has been struggling a little bit. Some of these defenses started to figure it out, and there you go. They got off to a hot start, but they got some work to do. And Pittsburgh's starting to get hot, so Philadelphia 44-6 over Detroit. Yep, expected. Detroit's awful. Bottom 3 of the league. But the fact that you let them get 44 on you when you'd been averaging like, what, 17 to 21 points? Good God, Detroit. Wow. Mm. If you're a Lions fan, man, that's gotta hurt. You're already taking a beating this year. Pretty much every year. And then you see that score? Uh, an Eagles team that barely gets by with 17 to 21 points. Do that to your defense? Oh, Lord have mercy. I would not want to be a Lions fan right now. Those people got to be pissed. I know I would be. Alright, so we got the Rams beating Houston 38 to 22. I expected that as well. Houston's awful. Rams are playing well. Moving on. Tennessee 31 to 31. 34 to 31 over the Colts. Now, the fact that the Colts even got 31 on Tennessee's defense is interesting. I would not call Tennessee's defense bad at this point, but I would call them like average level, considering what they've been through so far this year. But they went to overtime, and the overtime rules screwed them. You know, all Tennessee needed was a field goal, and they win. You know, so they got it and they won. Patriots beat the Chargers 27 to 24. Now, this is the one that should bother all of us right here. Because we've been noticing the Chargers get on a hot streak in the last few weeks. And then New England comes in and they said, nope, we're putting a stop to that. And beat them by a field goal. This is why I don't like this New England game on our schedule, man. I don't like it. I never like it when New England is on our schedule. Because that means we are in serious trouble. Every time you see him, even if it's just Belichick and some weapons, it's still scary. I'm predicting a 27 to 3 score this coming Sunday. Because New England's defense is just that good. They held the Chargers to 24. They held the Buccaneers to less than that. And the Buccaneers are no joke. Tom Brady didn't even get a touchdown during that game. This is what we're doing with, folks. Strap yourselves in. This Sunday is going to be a bumpy ride. I don't like it. Because I don't want to do that today. Now, today we're talking about what's going on around the league, what press conferences, trade deadlines, all the extra nonsense. You know what I mean? We're not even focused on the New England game today. We're going to focus on that tomorrow. When I got my man David, my new partner, in for the stream. Me and him are going to break this thing down to its skin and bones. And we're going to figure out what we're truly doing with New England. And I'm also going to have my guest, Kenny from Underdog Sports, who you saw in the YouTube chat earlier, on as a guest as well. For both streams, the pregame stream tomorrow and for Sunday. If he can make it. Who knows if he can make it or not. We're going to try. It may be really late in the stream, but you'll see him. So make sure if you are coming in for that stream, to stick around a little later, and you'll catch him around probably 11 if we're still streaming around that time. And I'm gonna try to make that happen. I'm gonna try to make tomorrow's stream long so we can get him in. David may or may not be in for that long, but we'll try to get him in. And we'll fully pick apart this Patriots team, and we'll see what we're doing with. That should be a lot of fun. Looking forward to that. Of course, Zoom chat will be open tomorrow as well. It's open right now. But especially today, it's going to be open because I want to discuss the future of this team today. What are we doing today? To prepare for 2022, are we getting ready for 2021 playoffs? 9-win opportunity. Can we do it? There's a lot to discuss today that we've already been through in the past 2.5 hours here. So, we're still going. So, leave a like on the stream if you've gotten this far, please. You don't have to, but if you want to, go for it. But also, if you're not subscribed, go sub, man. It's free. All of this stuff is free, man. Please do. I'm not gonna request that very often, but this time of the year when the season's just in jeopardy, I like to have some people hanging out and letting me know that they enjoy these streams. It encourages me to keep this going. It makes me feel a little happier that at least people are enjoying this and want to hear what I have to say, and it doesn't really feel like business as usual streams throughout the rest of the year when we don't make the playoffs. Makes me feel good. So please do, man. Would help out a lot. On either one of the streams too. So Seattle over Jacksonville. Expected 31-7 result. Obviously, it's Jacksonville. Come on. But I expected Trevor Lawrence to put up more than 7. Come on, Trevor. What was that? I get it, Seattle, man. I get it. But you can't be just putting up 7 against these guys. You gotta... Come on, man. You're a Clemson alumni, for goodness sakes. Do something. Oof. Not good. I know you don't have Etienne, but you can't just be relying on him like a crutch. Same with Sam Darnold, man. Just because you don't have CMC doesn't mean you have to rely on him like a crutch when he's out there. Do something, man. Make something happen. All right, so we got Denver 17-10 over Washington. That was expected as well. Washington's really been struggling, but they did hold Denver to 17. So, it's not too bad. Not too shabby there. All right, so here's the shocker. The second shocker of the day. The Saints beat the Buccaneers. Yes, you've heard that right. The Saints beat the Buccaneers 36-27. No, this is not a game. This is not a joke. This is not a drill. They actually beat them. That's a real score. So does that mean we start taking the Saints more seriously? Around week 16? Something to think about. Or is Tampa Bay's defense really struggling that much right now? I have a hard time believing that. I don't know about y'all, but I have a hard time believing that. New England exposed them. Dallas exposed them, I think. When did Dallas expose them? Let me see. Let me take a look. Because the Bucks are 6-2. Let me see who they actually played. Yeah, Cowboys exposed them, Rams exposed them, Patriots exposed them a little bit. So the fact that they sat back and they gave up 36 points. Wow. I don't know about this, man. I don't know. I don't know what to think about this score. What do y'all think about it? Like that one that surprised me. All right, so we've got Dallas 20-16 over Minnesota. I expected more points from Dallas on that one. To be real, I expected more. Minnesota does not have a great defense. They've got some pass rushers, but they don't have a great defense. They have quite a few weaknesses in their secondary. Now, that's not to say that they don't have a terrible secondary. They have a decent one, but they've just got a lot of holes in that defense, though. It's like Swiss cheese out there. And I know the Vikings fans are not going to like that reference. But I don't care. Oh, God. Alright, but yeah. We go into the Giants score here. 20-17 KC over the Giants. Now, it's not a secret that KC's defense has been struggling, which is why Daniel Jones managed to score 17 on him. And Barkley ran a bunch of yards on him. But, makes you wonder, man. Makes you wonder about that one. You got Patrick Mahomes, you got all these weapons on this KC offense, and they only get 20 against the Giants? Something's not right here. Like, I don't know about y'all, but something ain't right with that score. I don't know what's going on there, but we'll see if KC fixes it. But I just think that's really interesting. All right. So the Week 9 matchups, let's go. Week 9, we got the Colts and the Jets. And I'm surprisingly going to pick the Jets on this one. Why am I picking the Jets? Well, if you heard what I said about the Jets score last week in Week 8, you really shouldn't be that surprised. I think the Jets are going to pull a fast one on the Colts here, man, and get this win. I really do believe that. They're going to catch the Colts absolutely off guard. Colts are going to think, oh, well, that's a fluke last week. That's a fluke. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. At all. I don't know how they did what they did, but the Bengals got absolutely trapped. And I was shocked to hear that score. I was like, okay, well, let's see what happens. But again, it's the NFL, and you don't know what's going to happen until they play. Somehow the Jets are able to stay in 8-8 contention every year, and I don't know how they do it. There's been a few years where they've surprisingly gotten up to 8-8, and it's not consistent, but they do get up there. So yeah, I've got the Jets surprising the Colts in Week 9 here. I absolutely do. Minnesota and Baltimore, I've got Baltimore winning that one in a close one. Then you got Cleveland and Cincinnati. I think Cincinnati gets on the rebound. I think they beat Cleveland. Cleveland will put up some points on Cincinnati, and it'll be interesting for a while. But I think eventually Cincinnati's going to be like, I want this more. You know, we've had so many frustrating seasons in Cincinnati. It is time, you know. And Joe Burrow's throwing some darts. Let's do this, you know. Let's get this win. That's how I see that coming. Denver and Dallas. Dallas is going to blow them out by 14. That's going to be 7-1 Dallas Cowboys. And I really don't want to hear about the last time the Dallas Cowboys won a ring and all that nonsense. I know everybody's going to try to throw that in my comment section. Come on, man. Stop. Just because y'all beat everybody in... Man. We ain't here for all that. That game was 3 weeks ago. Just stop. Alright, so we got Buffalo and Jacksonville. I got Buffalo beating Jacksonville by a huge margin. That's going to be 6-2 Buffalo. Houston and Miami. I got Miami winning that one. I think they're better than Houston. They both have their problems, but Miami's been just a hair better, I think. And they've been able to fix their problems thus far. Hey, shout out to Emerson L. Appreciate you, man. He's in the Facebook chat right now. What up, dude? Falcons and Saints. I got the Saints winning that one. Saints got that surprising win last week, so you know what time it is if you're a Saints fan. You know they're gonna beat the Falcons. Come on. If we barely beat them, you know they're gonna beat them. All right, so Las Vegas Raiders and the Giants obviously pick Las Vegas. Come on. It's not going to be close. Chargers and Philly. Now, if the Chargers defense allows Philly to put up 44 points, there's something wrong there with that Chargers defense. I doubt that's going to happen. We're looking at probably 21-28. Somewhere in that range that they give up. Because that's what Philly's been getting every game. Somewhere in that average. Now, can the Chargers beat that? Probably. We'll see. It's going to be a close one, though. They've been averaging about the same. So we'll see. That might be a worthwhile game to check out, though. Green Bay and Kansas City. Now, that's the one everybody's going to be focused on right there. Because they're looking to see if KC can bounce back. They're looking to see if KC actually has the hunger and the ability to fix their team. and compete against Green Bay. Personally, I don't see it. They've been really struggling for the past 3 weeks. I don't see it. Not this week. Green Bay wins by 10, at least. Arizona and San Francisco. Arizona absolutely runs over San Francisco. I see that happening. Arizona's got such a strong team right now. That's a legitimate 7-1, by the way. That one will not be close. Tennessee and the Rams. That's going to be a close one right there. I got the Rams winning and improving to 8-1. But in a close one, though. In a close one. Tennessee's been known to battle back recently. So, this has been an interesting season if you're a Titans fan. You really do think you got a competitive team this year that could fight for a wildcard spot. So we'll see. The rest of the league has question marks about it. But, if you're a Titans fan, you're loyal right now. You're sticking to your guns and you're saying, yep, we got a wild card team at least. So I think that's going to be interesting. Keep an eye on that score with Tennessee and the Rams. We're going to see where that one leads. Pittsburgh got that win last week. I think they're going to win again, 5-3 over Chicago on Monday night. That's going to be kind of a redemption national spotlight game right there. Win for Pittsburgh. They need it in order to get themselves back in gear. So I see them getting it. That being said, before we get into these last minute press conferences, let's chat about whoever you guys want to chat about. Throw some names up in chat. Anybody you want to chat about? Questions, anything. Throw them in. Now would be the time. Because once we get into this Patriots analysis tomorrow, it's going to be hot and heavy tomorrow. So throw your questions in, throw your suggestions in, and whatever else you want to learn about today. Because I'm going to tell you, 85% of that stream tomorrow is going to be about the Patriots. And how do we match up against them? But if you got questions, throw them in now. Any player, any stat that you want to know, ask it now. If you want to jump in Zoom chat, you're welcome to. Number and password are up there. Come on in. If you just want to chat in regular chat, that's fine with me. Whatever y'all feel comfortable with doing. Alright. I think we've covered pretty much as we can besides the press conferences. Oh, the new players and the trade deadline. Yeah, we need to discuss that. Okay. Yep. All right. So, yeah, team. Where's the transactions? I need to look at transactions. That's what we need to look at. Christian McCaffrey designated to return from the IR. Hunter Joseph Charlton also returned to practice today as the Panthers see if they're ready to activate. Ooh. Ooh, we got our punter back. Okay. So we activated Stephen Gilmore. We placed Daryl Johnson on the IR to do that. We added Willie Snead to the practice squad. Okay, Willie Snead. Let's discuss him. That's a big ad right there. Now, I was familiar with this dude before he came here. He's had a big history in the league. So we're going to get into that. Yeah, he's had 7 years experience. That's good. It's good that popped up because I didn't even remember how many years, but I knew he's been in the league for a while. So he started out in New Orleans for about 3 years. First year he went 69 receptions for 984 yards, 3 touchdowns. 2016, he went 72 receptions for 895 yards, 4 touchdowns. His longest in 15 was 63 yards. 2016, his longest was 49 yards. So, again, yards after the catch. This is where this comes into huge play. And he fumbled twice in both those years and lost one of them in 15. So, then he got a reduced role in 17 with the Saints. Only played 7 of 11 games starting. 8 receptions, 92 yards. Not very exciting, but he did rip a 26-yarder. So, 2018, he went to the Baltimore Ravens. So, what did he do with the Ravens? 62 receptions, 651 yards, and a touchdown with the Ravens, and a rushing attempt of 13 yards on 1 carry. This is where they started trying to make him into a running back as well. So, not only they're starting to use running backs as wide receivers, they're starting to do the opposite with wide receivers too. As you saw, we ran a few plays with DJ Moore. We did some running plays with a couple others. So, yeah, this is how the NFL's offenses are starting to evolve. And I think that's interesting. You know, they're trying new things. They're experimenting with new things. And I think it's kind of cool. And it makes things a little bit more complicated when you're doing with fantasy football as well, because you're used to the usual format of wide receivers do this, running backs do this, you know, and you get points for the player, you know, as a whole. But once you start adding in, oh, well, he's had wide receiver catches as well, or he's had rushing attempts as well, that really messes with the point systems in fantasy. And I think it's interesting that we have that as a factor now. And I've noticed that in baseball as well. You know, you got people playing multiple positions in baseball, you know, eligible for multiple positions in baseball fantasy as well. So there you go. You know, same thing in the NFL. That's what they're doing now. I just want to see a fantasy football league where they do eligibility. That would be fun. That would be really fun. Because that would really, really open up fantasy football a lot and make it interesting. because it made it fun for me when I was doing fantasy baseball. But anyway, moving on. What else did he do with the Ravens? 2019, you got 11 started games out of 16. 2018, you had 10 started games out of 16. So he's not starting all the games. He's just being used kind of as a utility man. So in 2019, he had 31 receptions, 339 yards, 5 touchdowns. This is where he really started to open the door on his career. He had 2 rushing attempts for 2 yards. 2020, played 8 games out of 13 starting. 33 receptions, 432 yards, 3 touchdowns, and had a fumble that year. So, I mean, this is where he's starting to really open up and start doing things that he wasn't able to do as a rookie. And you're starting to see more quality out of less receptions, which is a good thing. That means more yards per catch, yards after the catch, I mean, and his average goes up. So for 17, 18, and 19, you're looking at like 11.5, 10.5, 10.9. And then all of a sudden it's jumping back up to 13.1 with 8 games like he was when he was a rookie. So it's really interesting. And then thus far in 2021, this year, he's played 7 games, but he hasn't started any. 3 receptions, 32 yards, 10.7. His 15 is the longest. Overall, you're looking at 3,425 yards career for this man right here. You could consider him somewhere in between a number 2 receiver and a slot receiver. Is where I would put Snead. Somewhere in between there. And you could rotate, really. Because I'm not sure exactly what you really want to do with Snead. That's the question. What's the game plan here? And I'm thinking this man does go for deep balls. He does go for yards after catch. So he may be a deep ball man. Which, I mean, doesn't really help us at the moment. We're not throwing many deep balls. So what now? Do we have him as an emergency third running back? What are we doing here? I don't really get the plan with Snead, but I get why we picked him up. He's got some mad talent, but I just don't understand what we're trying to do with him. That's the question I've got. Now, on to Josh Love. This is the most important one here. Josh Love. This man did not play a single snap in the NFL at all. Let's talk about him. He is joining the practice squad. Now, why is he on the practice squad? Why is he not on the active roster? When we clearly need a quarterback right now. It was clearly obvious that PJ is not working out. Sam's hurt. Why are we not bringing this man up and trying him out? That's what I want to know. So you have to go all the way back to college stats. And we're doing it with a 6'2", 230-pound quarterback from San Jose State. All right, so what did he do in college? This is what we're judging this man on now. Nothing else, just what he did on college. Because there is nothing else. All right, so we're going to start with his sophomore year because that's when you really start to see these quarterbacks start to be put in and have years. All right, so 8 games, 92 yard completed, 170 attempts, 54.1 percentage. Let's see, 928 yards, 3.5 yards per. I'm having trouble figuring this out. Okay, yards per attempt. Passing yards per attempt. Got it. Okay. So I'm trying to read this chart, guys. This is a little weird. I'm not used to these ESPN charts. They put in a lot of weird stats. Average yards per attempt, 4.2. So he had 5 touchdowns, 7 interceptions that year. 101.4 rating. 2018, you're looking at 8 games that he competed in. Okay, so that's pass completions. Got it. Okay. 162 pass completions, 289 attempts, percentage of 56.1. 1,963 yards. That's a 122.9 quarterback rating, 14 touchdowns, 9 interceptions that year. So 2019, competed in 12 games. That's pretty much an entire college season. Not including playoffs, of course, because playoffs give you like 15 or something like that, right? I think. Or a bowl game gives you a 13th or a 14th, depending on if you made the conference championships or not. 293 pass completions, 481, 60.9 percentage, 3,923 yards, 8.2 yards per passing attempt. 22 touchdowns, 8 interceptions, leading to a quarterback rating of 144.2. So that brings his career numbers up to 578 completions. Out of 1,000 attempts, 57.8 percentage, 7,206 total yards, 7.2 yards per play, 43 touchdowns, 29 picks, 126.7 quarterback rating, which is really, really good for college. Now, can a man like that translate well into the NFL? There's a solid chance that he can. It's colleges like San Jose State, the small colleges like that produce these really good quarterbacks sometimes. And I think this may be one of them. However, you don't know until you try them out. And typically you want to see these guys tried out during training camps in preseason. You don't want to have to be trying them out during week 9 when we're really struggling and looking for a quarterback. This is where you start looking for a veteran quarterback on the free agent list. But because we've had to spend so much money on all these other players, because of, guess what, the injury bug, then we are where we are right now. And it's extremely frustrating to watch this. Because we shouldn't be here. We shouldn't be in this position. And we know we shouldn't be in this position. We know what our record should be. We know what we should be doing. But yet we're here. Okay, so they've got a scoring box here. I don't understand all that, so I'm not gonna mess with it. But yeah, that's where we're at. That's what we did. We got him. Josh Love. So now, Juston Burris comes back from the IR. Big name right there. Big name. This is what I've been waiting for. Because Juston Burris will replace Sean Chandler as a safety, come back in and make the plays that Sean Chandler has not been able to make. That fills our last spot on the defense. That has been our Achilles heel. Now, Melvin White has been subbed in every once in a blue moon, as you can see, and he got roasted every once in a blue moon. So again, I'm fine with that, but we got to have Juston Burris back there to cover up his tracks, you know? Because if Sean Chandler is back there, we're in trouble. And if your corner gets roasted, AJ Boye, CJ Henderson, for example, gets roasted, and that's what you got back there. We need this guy back there. We got to have Juston Burris back there. It never ends well if you don't. This year. So I'm extremely excited to see him come back. That makes me very, very happy. But I want y'all to notice throughout these transactions list how many of these people are listed here are injured or put on the IR. Look at all of this. This is ridiculous. I don't like it. And we got one on the physically unable to perform list, where Gilmore was before we activated him. So, and folks, this is what our depth chart currently looks like, minus our new quarterback, which was on the practice squad and not listed on here. This is only showing the 53-man roster on these depth charts. All right, so what you see is what you get. Cameron Irving's back. Again, do you think Michael Jordan is better than Dennis Daly? Eye of the beholder on that one. I don't know. But Dennis Daly is at right guard. We got Trent Scott behind him. Brady Christensen behind Taylor Moton. I think we're starting to get into a good shape here where we can do something. Maybe. Offensive line wise. But as you can see, like every spot on this line has a backup. Now, that's what we were hoping to achieve. We got Colin Thompson behind Ian Thomas. That name doesn't seem familiar. He's from Temple. We activated him from the practice squad, probably. I'll bet you. Yep. Played in 15 games with 4 starts in his first season with the Panthers in 2020. His only catch was a 7-yard touchdown grab. Transactions. We signed him September 7th of last year after waiving him. And then we signed a contract extension with him for on January 4th. Interesting. Alright, so here's what the defense looks like for all the people watching on YouTube. You can see this depth chart. For the people that are not, I will point out who is important here. Shaq Thompson coming back is big. I don't like that Melvin is the number 2. I want Keith Taylor as the number 2 corner. That's what I want. He has proven that he is better than Melvin in almost every way. That bothers me a little bit. We got Luvu on the active 53. Send one of these corners down and get that quarterback. So we'll be in good shape, you know? That's what I would like to see happen. Send one of those corners down for the quarterback. And send Sam Franklin down, and let's get Hartsfield back. You know, if Hartsfield is healthy, of course. Which I don't know if he is or not. We'll know in a minute. My laptop just froze up, so... Well, Streamlabs just froze up, so we'll see in a second. Okay. What I want to know is Hartsfield healthy again? Okay, injury report is probably where I want to go. I don't see him on the injury list, so I'm assuming he's in the IR. Okay, so that being the case, we go back into transactions. We should be able to find his name. Okay, we designated his return from the IR October of this year. So he's on practice squad right now. That's where he is. That's exactly where he is. Okay, we released Devin Smith, the wide receiver, to sign Josh Love. Okay, I like that. I like that. Good move. All right, so we're going to talk about some contract numbers, and then we're going to get into press conferences. Sound good? All right. Okay, so I'm assuming this dead money section is the money that we still owe these players. Right? Or we've been paying off, which is about 48 mil. Okay, so the practice squad. Practice squad total is about 2.2 million. Let's just call it what it is. Let's round it up. 2.2. The IR numbers are about $22.4 million, rounded up. And we suspended Frank Herron, whose cap number was 147,200. So our current cap space before we picked up the quarterback was $11.8 million. Now I don't know how much we paid the new quarterback. Either that hasn't been updated or that information hasn't been released. But $11.8 million. As it stands, next year we have $44.5 million of open cap space. So 2023, we're looking at $110.5 million available space. And that's just through a 3-year span. Let's see. I'm just looking through the dead cap numbers. And I'm looking in the second column because the second column is important. Trying to find any players that are on like a contract that gives us dead money if we get rid of them. Sean Town was the 920K, so we can get rid of him and get our 920K back. PJ Walker, dead money, 805,000. We got Stanford at 850,000. I'm just looking for ways that we can actually get our money back, without hurting ourselves with cap penalties. Let's see. Sam Franklin, Keith Taylor, Melvin, we get 708,333 back if we get rid of Melvin. That's a big one. And let's see. That's really all the ones I want to mess around with right now. And that amount should bring us up to about 48 mil in available cap space if we're able to retain everybody else. So we're not really worried about cap space at the moment for 2022. Of course, you need about 10 million for rookie contracts. About 10 mil for 10 to 12 mil for injury related money, which we've had, which is half the available cap space, for next year. That leaves about 20 mil, something like that, that you could play around with. Now, that's why Scott Fitterer said, we're okay on money. We're okay on cap space. To the point where we're not in jeopardy. But we can only do so much with 11 mil minus however much we paid for the quarterback this year. So I don't know what we do, man. I don't know. You're gonna pay big money for these offensive linemen, like somewhere in between $2 to $4 million, sometimes up to $5 million. And that's just for dead money, That doesn't even count for the full contract. So I don't know, man. We're kind of in a situation like that. Well, I'm not sure what we're going to do in the offseason yet. We'll watch Fitterer carefully and we'll see what happens. What's up, disgruntled Panthers fan? How you doing, man? But as far as moves I would make right now, definitely Sean Chandler needs to go today. Joe Brady needs to go today. Then you start looking at the drills. You start looking at preventable injuries versus non-preventable injuries. You start building up a offensive coordinator game plan that involves everybody and doesn't necessarily have Sam staring down receivers and stuff like that. All that nonsense he's doing this year. And we just work on his feet, man. I think Jake pointed that one out, and I agree. I did kind of see that during training camp and preseason. I said, okay, well, yeah, he's got a point. He's got a solid point. It's happy feet. Retain as many of these guys as you can. 48 mil next year, 11 mil this year. Let's see what we do. Where do we go from here? Trading is off the table until off season, so what do you want to do, man? All right, so I'm opening it up to conversations here. Who do y'all want to talk about? Open conversation right now. Zoom chat number and password is in both chats. Hit me up. Whoever you want to talk about, let's do it. Tonight's the night to do it because tomorrow I'm focused on the Pats. And I'm going to have my YouTube partner David in here, and I'm going to have Kenny as a guest. So, let's go. Whoever y'all want to discuss, man, hit me with it. Because otherwise, we're going into press conferences, and I know a lot of people are bored with press conferences, but I can get a lot out of it. Up to y'all, man. Okay. Nobody? All right. We're going to the press conferences then. Let's do it. Let's see. What do we want? What do we want? What do we want? I've been neglecting press conferences for a little bit here, so I wouldn't mind catching up. All right. I suppose we'll start with the most recent ones with Matt Rule, and we'll see where we go from there. Okay. Okay.
Christian, I mean, he was out there today. How did all that look? How did Christian look today? I mean, out there practicing. Was
Yeah.
Full practice, limited. How was it?
Yeah, I would say he was pretty limited. Not a ton of plays. Just trying to begin the process of working him back. We've given him some time off. Hasn't practiced with us in several weeks, so this is his first day back. So we'll see how he looks tomorrow. In terms of this weekend and his availability. See how he responds to this. But no setbacks out there today, which is good for the first step.
Was the injury to Sam's shoulder? Was that the one where he got taken out of the game with concussion too?
Yeah.
And that was he limited or did we?
Okay, can I ask this question real quick? If this man is on concussion protocol and he injures his shoulder, the injury is listed as a shoulder injury. What? Which one is it? I'm confused here. Is it a concussion or is it a shoulder injury? Which one is it? They listed it as a concussion, but I don't know, man. Y'all got to fill in some blanks here, management, because this is a critical injury right here that could cost us this season. What's left of the season? This is the difference between 5 wins, possibly, and us ending up with only 4 at the end of the year. So we need to know. We got to have details on this one. This is important, guys. Come on, Matt Rule. Come on with it. Tell us more. We already know CMC's done. We already know. And he's just now coming back. Okay. So, I don't need details on that one. I need Sam's info, man. That's the one that matters.
We didn't see him out there during partial practice. We were
Limited.
kind of pre-practice and then.
Yeah, he was limited today to just pre-practice stuff and drills.
Okay.
Which, so just extremely limited.
And it's still in the protocol, obviously.
Yeah, he's in the protocol. This was the next step for him. So, Dr. Grader and those guys will handle moving forward. So we'll see how he responds to
Would you
today.
expect him to be ready?
I don't know. I can't speak on that. I'm obviously hopeful. But I have to go through the process.
Given that there's a small chance, do you prepare solely as if PJ is the starter this week?
I think, as coaches, we prepare for everything. We prepare for, who the third quarterback is. So we're preparing Sam, if he can go. Prepare PJ and James. And, even the last game, Sam got knocked out of the game. PJ went in. He took a big hit on the speed option. We have the third guy ready in case something happens. So we're prepared for everything and just see where it ends up.
How do you think PJ practiced today?
PJ was good today.
Is it more than likely that Christian would be another week, do you think?
I don't know that. Like I said, it's just the first step. I mean, we've been through this before. I think the biggest thing is how he feels after today. So he got through the practice and.
Okay.
We go back and check the GPS. Did he open it up today? It was a little cool out there. Check the GPS. Check how he feels. So, like I said, it's just a process. We're getting started today. It took Steph 2 weeks to kind of come back and be ready to play. Stephon, and even then, was limited. Shaq was able to come back in kind of a week and a half. So we'll see how Christian's body resumes. So we're really getting Chuba, Amir, and Royce ready, like we have been, and see what happens with Christian.
Hey, can y'all hear this all right? Is the sound all right? I can bump that up a little bit. I don't want to blast people's ears, but I just want to make sure everybody can hear it. You know, on YouTube. Y'all good? Because I can barely hear
He's still in
that.
his return to play window. I think that ends today, so
There we go.
decisions made here pretty quickly based on how he felt.
Have you changed, or the team changed, or McCaffrey changed what he's doing this time coming back versus the last time? Or is there going to be change from last year just the approach to
Get
it?
these guys mics, man.
Or is his training working or anything like that?
No, I think it's been the same play process. I think we just gave him more time. Instead of hey, come back, take a step back, come back, just not quite be there. I think the 3 weeks was sort of the thought process. We give him 3 weeks just to heal, no practice, and now start revving him back up. So I don't obviously get too into what they're doing, doctor wise. I mean they sort of handle that, and the PTs and the trainers and return to play. So they cleared it for practice now. So we'll start bringing them along.
Maybe you should start getting a little bit more involved in that because we've had a lot of misdiagnoses over the years. Maybe you should start questioning this stuff. Are they really giving you the correct diet? We had one medical trainer already under DAA inspection. That was under run. So maybe start exploring this a little bit. Just a hair. Let's find out what's going on here. I don't like all these injuries, man. I don't like it.
Along, and whenever he's ready to go, we'll go.
What was the thought process in bringing Josh Love in and not seeking out a quarterback in the trade market?
Josh Love had it was kind of already something we were working on before anything happened with Sam. It was really not a reaction to Sam. It was just a guy that we liked, and just keep bringing guys in on the practice squad, getting eyes on people, seeing who fits, even for the future. So just really not.
So this was just a camp body? You mean to tell me we got PJ Walker starting, who's been struggling all year long to find his groove? We got Sam Darnold hurt on concussion protocol, supposedly, but it's a shoulder injury. And now we got a quarterback that's on camp body duty on practice squad? What are we doing here? What is this? I don't understand the pattern here. I don't understand the plan. I need some answers, Matt. This ain't gonna work for me.
Nothing.
This ain't gonna work for us, man.
Would you elevate Love or Morgan?
Love? No, Love's not a candidate. No, I just got here.
If you all were to add Pat tomorrow, do you like what the offensive line is, the way it's constructed, or would he be a person can come back into?
Yeah, Pat's a guy that started for us and played well. He can play center. He can play both guards. We'd love to have Pat there. Again, he's coming back off of 6 weeks worth of an injury. Is he still? I'm not sure that I'm not even sure that he's back yet. So whenever he comes back, we'll have to evaluate where he is. Sometimes you come back, you're just not quite there yet. So the offensive line played better last week. We're practicing those 5 guys, and then the other guys we're just kind of bringing along. Whenever we need him, whenever he's healthy to go.
Would you think you would activate him?
I hope so. I mean, I hope he came off this today. Last game, because if he goes back on IR, it's IR for the rest of the year. So I'm hoping that he can do it at the same time. We have to make tough decisions.
Wait. If he comes off IR this time and he doesn't get it done, he gets put back on IR? If he gets hurt again, he gets put back on IR? What kind of wacky system is this? You're either on IR or you're not. What is this, musical chairs with injured people? The injury musical chairs. Music stops. Everybody has to try to find a seat. And the chairs are broken. We can't figure out what's going on. Nobody knows. We don't have a woodworker to fix the chairs. It's just a mess. It's a 3-ring circus mess. What is going on here? Like, if y'all are confused by that reference, man, consider how confused I am with what we're trying to do here. That's pretty much the equation right here to what we're trying to do. I have no idea. I have no clue. We bring a quarterback in as a camp body. We're not even planning to use this guy. He's just there if PJ gets hurt, I guess. What's the point? What's the point? We got $11 million of cap room for what? If we're not even planning to use a quarterback that we just signed with that $11 million, then what are we using that money for? Just to waste it? I don't understand.
You know, in terms of
the man has no NFL experience.
So we'll see where he's at, but he was out there today, so I'm hoping I can go in here a little bit, see Scott, see the trainers, and everything looks good.
The fact that you guys did not go get somebody other than a practice squad quarterback, does that speak to, and I know concussions are serious, but that there's some optimism that Sam won't be out an extended period of time?
Excellent question. Finally, this man asked something relevant. Took him long enough. All right. Excellent question. I hope y'all heard it. All right, let's see what answer he gives us.
I mean, I think he's already got to this point in the protocol where
if you wish, if you want, what? Huh? Matt? Are you having an aneurysm up there, man? Just answer the question, bro.
And so I think that says
good God.
Hopefully, I mean, but it's a protocol. I don't get too involved in it. I don't get at all involved in it. Let me say that.
He's rubbing the motor up.
You know, it was one of those deals where he's at this point. So I think the fact that he's allowed to be at practice and all that maybe says it's not a. Hopefully, then we'll have to see how things go.
You mentioned that Amir provided you guys with a jolt offensively. What does he really bring to the table in the running back room?
First of all, he's really tough. Okay? He's a tough guy. Like, he likes to play, he likes to practice, he likes to block.
I like that running back.
Likes to play on special teams, likes to prepare. He's a true pro. I'll go upstairs and watch the practice tape and come back after the guys will leave, come back downstairs, and I'm pretty sure he'll be walking around doing something. I mean, he's a true pro's pro. But he's got great vision. He's got an explosiveness. He can run routes. He can catch. I mean, he learned everything, in 4 or 5 days, because he's been around. So I think he brings tremendous versatility. And, I like what Chuba's been doing. I like what Royce has been doing. And Amir, I think, just added on to that.
You talked about, I think you were asked about Stephon and possibly get an increase role. You said it depends on how he responds. How did he look? How has he been since then? And could you envision an increase role?
Yeah, so Stephon came out of last game healthy. So I'm excited about that. He practiced today,
He came out of the game healthy. Okay. That's all we're getting? All right.
How much more, at this point coming off the play, I don't know how much more he'll play, it might be that sort of same, third down role that he had this past week, but it was a step in the right direction. So could that be amplified a little bit more? I don't know. We'll see how kind of this week goes. It's one of those deals where, you kind of have to look at it every day and see, hey, did the knee swell up? Did the calf? Just kind of deal with it so on. So we'd love to have Stephon, out there, but we'll just have to wait and see.
Now, what went into your decision to start Trent at right guard, knowing that he hadn't played that position in a game before, and you had Brady and other guys who might have had more experience?
He had, he'd gone in the game before, the week before, and just like the way he played. Trent's really smart, tough guy. He's got length, he's got long arms. He's going to do what he's supposed to do. He's not going to get fooled. He's not going to go the wrong way. He's not going to make a mistake. Cares a lot about the team. He's truly tough mentally and physically. So, he practiced last week and practiced hard last week. And he practiced well, so we gave him a start. Brady's going to be a really good player. He's kind of going through that process right now. Dennis Daly's a guy that's played for us inside and outside. So all those guys are up and available. But just felt like Trent was the guy that gave us the best chance to win last week, and I think it worked out.
Do you notice PJ preparing any different?
Okay. So he believed that was the best chance that we were going to have to win by putting him in. Okay. All right. Let's continue.
No, PJ and Sam and James, really, they're in here all hours of the night. They're in here on their off days. They are true grinders. They're in here at all times. So I think that's one of the things that I respect a lot about PJ and about James is they prepare at that level, even though they're not the starter, which is pretty cool. And I think that fuels Sam on. So they'll be in here all the time.
And did PJ get the first team reps practice today?
Yep, all the reps.
What do you see that New England does well on offense and defense as you prepare for them?
New England's a great team. They play complementary football at the highest level. They're physical. I mean, this is a really physical team. Downhill run game.
He's right about that.
I love the fullback. Offensive line is physical. They get downhill. Tailback runs hard. Explosive play action passing game. They utilize everyone in the play action passing game. And then, I think
which is really going to screw us because we got hurt by Daniel Jones on the play action with the Giants game. Our guys bit on every single one of those fakes on that one side. That's... Mac Jones rolls out to that side, we're in trouble. I'm trying to tell you, we're in trouble. He ain't gonna roll out to the Dante Jackson side of the field. It's gonna be the other side. Whichever side Dante is not on, that's where he's gonna roll out to. I don't like it, man. I don't like that. I'm glad he said that, but I don't like it at the same time.
Mac's playing really well. He protects the ball, makes good decisions. He's really accurate down the field. They've got great skill. They've got guys who can get open.
Did y'all hear that? He's really accurate down the field. He ain't just talking about medium balls. He's talking about deep balls. Guess who we got back there? That's trouble. I don't like that.
Defensively,
our corners better be up to the challenge.
They take away the run. They play man coverage. They got Devin McCourty back there, and he makes everything right for them. I mean, he's excellent.
Okay, they take away the run. That means we're gonna have to beat them in the air. That's bad news. Because we are horrible in the air.
A lot of different looks, a lot of different personnel groupings. And so they're a team. They're a team that kind of we want to be. They run the football, they play action, they protect the.
They're a team that we want to be. So you're basically saying we want to be just like New England. We want to be that physical, aggressive team out there that doesn't give up all those passing yards, that doesn't do all that nonsense, that actually plays physical football, that tackles well, all the aspects that Belichick teaches these guys. We want to be just like them. Man, please don't kiss Belichick's rings. Please don't. Just don't. Just don't right now.
Football, they don't beat themselves. They win the field position battle with elite.
Don't beat ourselves. There it is, folks. There it is.
Special teams. Olszewski last week was really special with his punt returns.
I'm not worried about special teams.
He has been for a long time.
That one game was a fluke.
And then defensively, they give you nothing, and they take away the run, they make you throw it, they play man coverage, they challenge you. So
They play man coverage and they challenge you. Oof.
It's going to be a real challenge. A really, really, really good team. I mean, they've got great players, but just the way they play together, it's just it's something for everyone to look at in terms of, hey, this is how a team is constructed.
Oof. Y'all starting to see why I made that score prediction that I did? 28-3. Because New England's been averaging about 28 points on offense, so it's not going to be a surprise if they get 21-28 on us. Because we allowed the same average that the Eagles were getting, which was 17 points. 17-21. You know, we allowed the same average that the Cowboys were getting, which was 40-something points. We allowed the same average that the Vikings were getting, which was like around 24-28. So, it's not a surprise that we're going to allow the same amount New England has been getting per game, you know, when they've got their offense together. But all their weaknesses are still going to show up. So it's going to be 28-3. We're not going to be able to do anything on offense because they're going to force us to pass. They play zone coverage. They're going to beat us physically while we're on offense. But what I would really want to know is how good is their pass rushing? That's what's really going to put the nail in the coffin for us in that game. And make sure that we don't get anything.
You've known PJ for a long time, obviously. How have you kind of helped him or tried to help him over the years know when to kind of try to make the play and when to dial it back and be protected with the football?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's PJ.
Excellent question. Did y'all hear the question? He said, you've known PJ Walker for a number of years. How are you coaching him to kind of sit back and make plays versus be aggressive? And I like that.
PJ's biggest thing that he has to be better at. I mean, when the game left for play last week, I mean, I got him on the sideline in ways I don't get on many guys. I mean, you just can't do that. And when he went in and played last year,
Accountability. There we go, Matt Ryan. Matt Rule. That's what I need to see from you, man. That's what I need to see from you. Get on these players, man. Point this crap out. Y'all asked me what I liked in a head coach. There it is. That's one of many things right there. He's holding these guys accountable after film study and during film study. And he says, okay, this is what you need to work on. He's not saying, oh, I hate you because you didn't get this done. Or he knows what he's doing right, man, as a coach, man. I like this.
sure against Detroit, he had some of our most explosive plays of the year, but then he had 2 red zone turnovers that you can't have. And so I think part of it is understanding that, when you put your backup quarterback in most games, the deck's slightly tilted against you, so you can kind of put a game manager in there who's going to hand the ball off, or you can put a guy in there that has a chance to make some plays. PJ can make some plays. He's just got...
No, he's a game manager. Matt, you're misdiagnosing PJ this year, man. You're misdiagnosing him. He's a game manager. Always has been. Yeah, he can make a few plays for you, but that was back in 19 and 20. This year, he's a game manager without that playmaking ability and overthrowing everything. You're misdiagnosing this man this year. I don't like that.
Got to discipline that with good decision making and protect.
Got to disagree with him on that.
If PJ protects the football, he can move teams.
Okay, yeah, he protects the ball. Yes, he can run with it. We all knew this. That's not new. But what does he do throwing wise?
I was really disappointed in that play. But also it speaks to the confidence Joe and him have that, he ran speed option the first play, he ran the rollout the next play. I mean, he can do some things. He just has to make better decisions.
Now, we've heard.
Boom. Boom. Thank you, Matt Rule. Yeah, he has confidence rolling out. He can do all this stuff. He's got confidence in everything that he's doing. But he just needs to make smarter decisions. Thank you, Matt Rule. Exactly. Smarter decisions. And work on that arm. PJ, we love you, man. We want to see you succeed, man. But not like this. I was hoping you would never have to come in this year. And we could just develop you, man. But unfortunately, you've been thrown right into the fire, man. And it ain't good, man. Every team we play just adds another freaking fuel tank to that fire. And it's bad.
On that, sorry.
That's all right.
On that particular play, I wanted to ask you, because PJ mentioned that too and said, Coach yelled at me and then I yelled back. And I just wondered if you could...
Whoa! Did you just say what I think he said? PJ yelled back. Take a step, PJ, man. Take a step back. Nah, man.
Sort of explain that moment a little more, and then also...
Yeah, I want to hear about this now.
So long
you got my attention.
A different level of relationship.
Yeah, and I yell at some other guys too during the game. I try not to yell too much. I believe the game is for the players. But when you have got, and we're not going to tolerate silly decisions. But I'm also like, against the Giants, I yelled something at Hassan to slide in, and it gave the guy, and I walked off the field. I said, that was so stupid, Hassan. I'm sorry. So like, I hope that if there's anything I do good, it's I take a lot of responsibility for a lot of things. Sometimes I take responsibility for things that probably aren't really me, but it's like, I think that's what a leader does. He gets out front and just says, hey, it's on me. So I think.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Matt Rule. That's what a leader does. You're right.
The guys usually respond to that, but I usually try to do it in a soft way. PJ's one of those guys who PJ's just tough. He responds to those things, and so I don't remember what he yelled back at me. I think he said something like, the guy came off the field, and I said, throw it away. And then after that, he came off the field, and I said, throw that ball away. And he was like, I got it. So, but I've gotten on Sam too. I've handled Sam in different ways. I'm getting to know Sam way better now. Last week. And I do want to go back and say one thing about Sam. Like, I thought for Sam to go through what he went through with the Giants and then come out, I mean, there wasn't a guy on our team that in the locker room wasn't all in on Sam after the way he played, the physicality and the running and the big throws he made. So I was proud of Sam for that. But, PJ's always been a winner. He's tough. He just has to make good decisions.
What did that game last year against Detroit, how does that affect your comfort level with him going into this game this week if you have to start him against New England?
Yeah, just let us know that he can push the ball down the field. He can recognize, like in that game, we had a drive concept and saw man coverage, and he alerted the corner out for a touchdown, right? Like threw the deep ball down the sideline. He could scramble around and make some plays. So did a lot of good things, but then he threw 2 picks in the red zone. So to me, what I said to him is, your ability to get on the field and play is impacted by your decision making, as are all quarterbacks, right? So. I've said we put PJ in a lot of tough situations. Hey, we're down 14. Hey, go in there and try to make something happen. I don't really pay too much attention to what happened in those. I try to eliminate that. That's a separate category for me. But in the Lions game and this game, just making good decisions down around the red zone, I think, is really important for him.
Yeah, we've heard you kind of, and I know it was a short sample size, but as you watch the tape of Gilmore on Sunday, did you see anything from him kind of that might not have been apparent to people just watching the ball?
It's a really good question. I'm sorry, I just make sure I again.
Yes, it is.
I think really most things I've noticed with Stefan are at practice. He does things at practice, like things that you'll coach guys on for like a year. Like, hey, when this 2 goes away, do this, and then he kind of does it naturally, and then kind of illuminates it for everybody else. Like, oh, I got it. And that's kind of the benefit of having that. Veteran players that are really good players. I thought, in the game, I think he went out there and he took Kyle Pitts man to man. Played him man, had the one defensive holding, but had some really nice plays there. He defensed them. He has some great lateral movement. He can play bump and run. He can step in places, but when he's off, he can see everything. So he's really truly an excellent player, but also just sort of seeing things from all his experience. And he puts a lot of work in, puts a lot of time in. We flew back and he came right here, and I drove home. He came here and started rehabbing to get ready for the next game. So he's a true pro's pro. Doesn't say much, but his actions speak so loudly you really probably can't hear what he's saying sometimes. So,
He did that after Atlanta.
Matt, you were talking about all the qualities of the Patriots a little bit ago. With Bill Belichick, what separates him from other coaches, and what makes him so good at what he does?
Yeah, I don't.
Stupid question. Stupid question. This is how you could tell the reporters that have been in the league for a couple of years versus the people that have been in the league for many years that understand and actually study the game and come in here with relevant questions. This is a great example of it right here, because you saw two great questions from that man over there, Joe Person, I think it was, versus this nonsense right here. You could tell this man has no idea what actually separates Bill Belichick from everybody. You can tell. He has no idea when he asked that question. Do your research, bro. Is this your first time coming to the NFL? Because these guys have won multiple Lombardi trophies. And Belichick is just a straight-up genius, okay? It's just a question to keep the press conference moving along. Is this what this is? Just a let's grease the wheels type deal here? Because this was a stupid question. Oh my God. This is the type of garbage I'm getting tired of when I watch these pressers, man. Please do your homework before you come into these pressers, reporters. Please. Really. It ain't that hard to figure out who Bill Belichick is. Just read a little bit of NFL history, please.
I'll be honest, I don't have much right to even speak on Coach Belichick. He's the greatest. I couldn't even pretend to say this is what makes everything.
What are you expecting him to say to you?
Ways, different players. He's had so many different guys come through his team, his system, and he's found a way to get it done. So he's somewhat unique when you're a college coach, head coach. You're studying guys. So all these years that I've studied Coach Belichick, and one of the men that was influential in my career and in my life was Wayne Harden, who was the head coach at Temple, but also was the head coach at Navy, and coached with Coach Belichick's father, and used to always say to me, if you ever have a chance to meet Coach Belichick, make sure you go up and introduce yourself, and I want you to get to know him. And so obviously I haven't had much chance to get to know Coach Belichick, but he's just someone I've always looked up to and studied, and so to have a chance to coach on the same field with him will obviously be an honor. But I think the biggest thing is that I can't say I've studied every team, but it looks like he has a total program. Everything's integrated. They play together. They play the same style. It's 6 minutes left in the last football game. They have the lead, and their guys are all getting to the boundary and sliding, just elite time management, time awareness, situational awareness that is impacted by everybody. Last year, we had a guy reach the ball across the goal line. Some guys asked me, why do you do that? Watch their team. They catch the ball at the 1 yard line. They got 5 points of ball security. No one can reach the ball to the goal line. They are just culturally, they're not going to beat themselves. They do things the right way. It's elite football. So it's really cool to watch. Obviously we'll have a chance to play it, and hopefully we play well too.
But you've never had a chance to meet him in person? Or?
Just in passing. We were 2 years ago, we were going to play each other. We talked a little bit about that, and then saw him in pro day this year, but nothing of substance.
I hope we learn a lot from how Belichick runs his team, and we start using a lot of those elements in our own philosophy and what we're trying to do. Every team that we play each week has positive elements that we can take, and we can use those elements as a teaching tool to help build us forward. whether it be coaching, whether it be technique, whether it be clock management, in the case that he's mentioning, it's always something every week that we can use. So, I like his answer there.
Did Zane Gonzalez get a game ball last Sunday? And you could talk about what you learned about him as a player since he's been here.
We'll go back to the game balls. Zane did get a game ball, or did? Yes, Zane got a game ball. Sorry, it's hard for me to go backwards sometimes. Yes, and he deserved one. I just think he's gotten better and better and better. To go out there and kick those long field goals with a new holder, that's elite mental toughness. They had Cordell Patterson back there, so do we squib it? A lot of people squibbed it. We kicked the ball deep, and he kicked them through the end zone. So he's just gotten better and better and better every week, gotten in a groove and playing well right now.
Wait, who squibs it? I've never seen anybody squib it.
We'll have to continue that this week.
I could be wrong about that, though.
This one, and then Steve, you go first.
Maybe I missed something.
Okay, I'm sorry. Matt, a little bit off the beaten path, but Al Holcomb has been a coach that's been around the league a long time. You knew him up in New York. Why did you bring him in here, and what are his qualities as a coach?
Well, I think Al's one of the top assistant coaches in the National Football League. He's been a defensive coordinator. Really should be one of those guys who is a coordinator candidate and should be a head coaching candidate. He's excellent with players, excellent schematically, great teacher, patient, a leader. So, I worked with Al. It was like me, Kevin Gilbride, who's here. The four of us had the back hallway at the Giants. And, Al's worked his way through the ranks and came here, and then obviously had tremendous success here and has moved on. And when I had a chance to get back here, I was bringing guys I knew, that worked for me at Baylor, and I wanted NFL guys to also, complement the staff and blend the staffs. But I wanted guys who were great teachers that were going to be invested in the players and developing players, and I knew that was Al. And
listen to that, man. That is some high praise for this dude right here. Developmental. He's a great teacher. This, that, and the third, man. Hey, listen to this, man. This guy better be the best thing since sliced bread.
And just so happened he was available. His family was still right here, has a house here, so it worked out. And I thought, Steve, that he'd be able to bring a lot to us in terms of third down and blitz packages and pressure packages, because that's really where college and NFL is different, right? Now it's getting way more similar. Like some of these games, you feel like you're playing Oklahoma State, but that's where I thought there'd be a lot, to bring from Al. So he's done that. Last year he spent a lot of time with Chin, and then this year he's really, him and Don have really taken, Burns and Hassan, and I think you've seen the level of production. So I think Al's a tremendous coach and someone that people should pay attention to.
All right, so essentially, Matt Rhule's identity at this point is a defensive head coach. That's what I'm seeing right now. Yeah, everybody was saying, yeah, he was a special teams coach, but his identity so far in the NFL has been a defensive coach. Defensive-minded head coach, 60-40. That's what I'm starting to understand his identity as now.
You mentioned how effective the quarterback run was.
What do you guys think?
Atlanta. Of course, that was a play that Sam's injured on. So, as a coach, how do you balance maximizing the quarterback run while still protecting your quarterback?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. It's something I've kind of studied a little bit over time. Most quarterbacks really get hurt and hit in the pocket. So I think every time you drop back, you're putting the quarterback at risk. You'd like quarterbacks to get on those plays and then get down and not take that hit.
Sure.
I think when you see what Sam saw, Tommy Tremble came around and kind of blocked when he had a chance to maybe score, and then the guy came out of nowhere. So typically I'd want him to get up, and then we have a lead blocker in front of him and get down.
Okay.
I think he saw a chance to score and went for it. And then last week, a lot of those were just, third down scramble plays. I think it just brings a whole other element to the defense, right? And that's one of the reasons why we have Sam and we have Phillip, is because on third down, when the quarterback can pull the ball down and convert third downs, I think he converted 3 with his feet, 3 third downs and 6 total first downs. It changes the way you rush. You no longer can be quite as aggressive on the edges. And I think you go back to, even like the kind of previous 2 or 3 games, we had not really taken advantage of that quite as much. So Sam's been really good for us down in the red zone, running the football, and then I think adding that in third down, and then whenever he does come back, I think he recognizes that's a really big part of his game. He was a high school basketball player, could have been a college basketball player.
I don't think Joe recognized that was
movement. He should utilize it and be a
underutilized.
I think he can be a true dual threat, but he can provide a threat, and so that's something we encouraged him. I hate that he got hurt doing it on the quarterback zone read. We'd like him to get down and not take those hits, but he slid on the play before and got hit. So I mean, he's taking some big hits in the pocket. It's just kind of part of playing quarterback, and we'll just try to help him, not get hit.
So that's a point of emphasis.
All right, so he's encouraging these rushing plays. I'm okay with them, but slide, and that's exactly what he's saying too. Slide, don't take these hits. You can't really do anything about the guy that comes out of nowhere, and technically he didn't come out of nowhere. Sam ran right into the guy. So I don't know where you're getting that idea from, Matt, but maybe you saw it from a different angle than we did, but yeah, he ran right into that traffic and got himself hurt. There were about 2 or 3 guys in that huddle, in that little crew there that Sam ran into. So, the important thing is keep him healthy, man. Keep him healthy. Let him slide.
In practice.
Remind him to slide.
Sliding in.
No, I wouldn't say that. I'd say, we've just kind of always talked about it. We don't really slide in practice.
And he did. There you go.
Maybe we should, but just kind of that timing of getting down and not taking the big hit. And,
right.
He hasn't taken many of them.
Right.
All those things, but obviously took one.
Thank you, Coach.
Thanks, guys.
All right, so he does recognize that he was supposed to slide, And that's cool, man. That's really cool. So Matt Rule is paying attention to like all the little things like that, that become major factors during a season, where you don't want Sam to be too much at risk. Oh, excuse me. Okay, so who do we want to hear from? Who do we want to hear from? I want to hear from PJ. I want to know what this man's got to say about these first team reps. Let's go here, man. I want this. All right, 3, 2, 1, boom.
Something that you were hoping to work on was really just sort of relaxing and taking a breath. How does that translate in practice for you?
For me, it's just knowing that I gotta get these reps and be efficient, just to go out there and move the offense. So for me, it's just going out there, taking it one play at a time. Don't rush anything. Stay calm and just relax.
How much did the starting experience last year against Detroit, how does that help you to potentially start this week if you're called upon?
It helps a lot, just because it's just I know where to prepare mentally. I know where to go, know what to do, and just honestly, just mentally, going into the week, knowing that you're gonna get these reps and knowing that you're gonna probably be the guy going. So for me, it's just go out there and prepare as a starter, prepare like I'm gonna play.
Matt mentioned red zone decision making is something that he wanted you to work on, not only from that game, but from what happened last week.
Yeah.
How do you go through that in practice?
It's all this is mental. It's not a physical thing. For me, it's just if I don't see something there, either throw it away or run it. Don't just try to make plays. I think that's where I get caught up at, trying to make too many plays and trying to do too much. I could just let the first down, throw the ball away, let him play the next down. So I just got to have that first down, check down mentality down in the red zone.
Overthinking. Y'all remember what Jake Delhomme said. And it's translating right down the list. You know, it's Sam Darnold was overthinking, PJ's overthinking. You don't think this quarterback coach is teaching these guys to not calming them down and getting them into a mindset where they're not overthinking, do you? Like, that's where my brain is right now. Is he not getting the job done as a quarterback coach to where, you know, it should be 1, 2, 3, check down, boom, you know? Mentality, like Jake Delhomme was saying. And Jake's exactly right, man. Because he knows exactly what it takes to do what needs to be done at quarterback and not overthink. So, he had his moments too, man. Like, everybody's got their moments. Everybody's got their weaknesses. They're all human. So, maybe we just chat with the quarterbacks coach and just see, you know, are these guys in the right mental state to where they're not overthinking? You know, maybe it's a change in routine. Maybe week to week that might fix the problem. Who knows? Who knows, man? Like, as far as I'm concerned, it could be anything.
How tough is that to break, though? Because it's that really nice low-hanging fruit, you want to take a big bite of it, you still got to resist that urge.
Yeah, it's hard to resist it, you know, but this is my job. And in order for me to continue to do this job, I got to do what's right for the offense and do what's right for the team, and that's protect the football. So even though I really want to make those plays, if they're not there, I just can't make them.
I think you said that you go into this week kind of thinking you'll probably be the guy. Is that easier than last year? The Detroit game went right up to the pregame.
Absolutely. Last year was another story in itself. Just going into the week, leading up to it, preparing for it. I think now it's just more so I'm just going out there and getting in the rhythm, getting with the guys, and having them guys hear me. You know, having them guys hear me in the huddle. Not as many voices as that Detroit game. So just hearing me, hear how I call things, and the patience in and out of the huddle, the cadence, all those small little things. You know, I just want to be sharp with this week.
PJ, how many reps a day do you get in practice as the backup compared to what you got today?
Yeah, I get a ton of reps. You know, they mainly scout reps though, of the other opponent. You know, so that's really I get a good amount of reps.
He's not allowed to tell you that, bro. Ask him something that you can actually answer.
But for me, it's just not the same as our offensive reps. You know, I'm running the other team offense, but I try to marry their offense and our offense up to the same, just to going into the week knowing if we do something like this week versus them that scout rep, it's all the same. Football is football. A lot of these plays are the same, so I just try to put them together.
Is it like those 50 versus 10, or what's kind of the breakdown?
He can't tell you that. Why are you asking him that? Ask him something relevant.
It's about 50 and 50. So I would get, Sam would get all the reps with the ones, 50%. And when we doing scout team, I'll take all the reps with the scout team. So it's all the same. It's just not the same reps. It's just not the same plays.
What's it like preparing for the unknown, and how do you keep yourself sharp and ready?
As a backup, you prepare for the unknown every week. You know, you don't know what's going to happen throughout the game, and just got to always stay ready and be ready. You know, and you know that's something I'm trying to start taking pride in, and always just being ready when the numbers call and just going out there executing, being sharp, and you know, doing positive things for the offense.
PJ, what are your impressions of the Patriots defense that seem to really turn things up a notch the past couple of games?
Yeah, I think they've been playing pretty well. You know, I think they've done a great job just forcing turnovers. You know, they play a great sound defense. You know, they ain't gonna let you beat them defensively, and we just got to take what's there, take what's in front of us, and get the ball in our playmakers' hands and let them make plays.
Now that's an answer and a question that's relevant. Thank you. Appreciate it. About time we get somebody that actually knows what they're doing.
This week that you wanted to get it down and practice pretty good?
Just being more efficient. Quicker in my reads, you know. I feel like I'm at a good pace with my reads, but just more so finding that back a little faster or getting the ball to the flats a little faster, you know, not hanging on them routes downfield a little longer than I usually do.
Are you complimenting that?
Be careful with that because you've been known to get into those rhythms and go too fast and then overthrow. So.
Any more film study more than usual, or what else?
Same amount of film study, you know. Put a lot of work in throughout the week over the past couple of weeks. As a quarterback room, we put a lot of work in and prepare for each week, you know, all together. So for me, it's just go out there and slow down. You know, I play fast and just gotta slow myself down a little bit.
Offer you any additional help this week to get you ready?
Man, Sam, we talk constantly all day, you know, throughout the day, especially when we are here at work, you know. We feed off of each other. We feed off of each other's feedback, and we just help each other off. We help each other throughout the week and tell each other what we see. You know, if I see something, it might benefit him. If he sees something, it might benefit me. So we just try to help each other and feed off one another as well.
Very good. That's what we're looking for right there. That's what we're looking for. Good answer, PJ.
What would you say your greatest area of improvement is from last year starting against Detroit to now?
Just knowing this system and knowing where to go with the football. I would say for the most part, I think I know where to go with the ball. You know, I think I've played in the game versus the Giants where I wasn't as efficient as I wanted to be, missed a few throws and things like that. But overall, just knowing where to go with the football, I think I've done a great job with that, and that's the most important thing to me.
I would agree with that. It's just your arm, man. It's your technique. You know? It's the happy feet and overthrowing. That's where we get in trouble with you. But yeah, making good decisions, yeah, we don't have a problem with that. Never did have a problem with that.
How do you sort of kind of find that line or straddle that line where you want to be, like you said, kind of make the good decisions, but you don't want to overthink things and take away from your athleticism?
Yeah,
another excellent question from this guy right here. He's on fire this week. Okay. Let's go. Let's see what he answers with.
It's a fine line, but it's the game. You know, it's something that us as players we have to adjust to. If something's not going to work and hasn't been working, you know, I threw 2 interceptions in the red zone last year versus Detroit. Can't have that. That's 14 points. That's 6 points. That's them swings, you know. So for me, we got to protect the football. Play a pretty good game if I protect the football last year, you know. So for me, it's just more so just protecting the football. You know, stop doing too much. You know, it ain't there. It ain't there. Just throw it away. You ain't got to go out there and be a playmaker on every down.
PJ, as you were watching the game last week before you went in, is that how you and the team want the offense to look with the balance and the run and the pass and everything? And, you know, obviously it changes when you go in, you know, after an injury, that sort of thing. Your view changes. But is that the way you want to try to replicate this week?
Yes, you know, but it's what we do as an offense. If we are able to run the ball over and over again, we're going to continue to run the ball. If we got to throw the ball, we got to throw the ball. You know, we just got to be efficient. We got to make those plays and get the ball in our playmakers' hands and let them guys handle everything that we need to, you know, as quarterbacks. You could turn a bubble route into a 10, 15-yard gain, you know. So for all those small ways to just get the ball in our playmakers' hands, let's get the ball in their hands and let them make plays for us.
How would you describe yourself as a...
Exactly. Well said, PJ. Well said.
Runner, quarterback versus Sam.
I would say in my past I was pretty good, but now it's more so just get what I can get and get down, you know, for the most part. It's a lot faster game, so for me it's just get what I can get and get down. You know, it's nothing wrong with getting 8, nothing wrong with getting 7. Those are positive gains in this offense. Those are positive gains in any offense. You just getting positive yards, falling for 8 or 7 is good. So for me, you ain't gonna see too many guys hit the big home runs at quarterback. So for me, it's just get what you can get and just get down.
Exactly.
What you learn running that June Jones XFL offense that's helped you?
Yes, it was different from this system. You know, that June Jones XFL was more so everything was a lot more downfield. We threw the ball a lot downfield, and it's just the efficiency that we have to play with in the NFL. You know, you don't really get the opportunity to get those deep balls over and over and over again. You know, playing in this league, so you get opportunities, but you got to take advantage of them when you get them.
Matt called you a true grinder.
Yeah.
But are your hours even longer this week, knowing you'd probably be the starter?
Yeah, just coming in here working, you know, just getting to it, you know, expecting to play, and always just going out here and getting better. Whatever I can do to help the quarterback room, this team, to get better and go out here and compete and play at a high level, I'm going to do it, you know. Anything it takes to win on Sunday, I'll be there for it.
He's talking a big game, man. He's talking a big game. Let's see it. Let's see it on Sunday, man.
Matt had told us a story.
Easier
I
said
don't know if
than
you
done.
remember it. But you said he saw you play in high school and you took the team on a 90-something yard drive.
Yeah, 99.
Yeah, can you tell us about that?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was one of those games, man. It was my senior year. We lost the year before my junior year to the same team, and it was a close game. It was like 34-31 going into the fourth quarter with like a minute 30 left, 13. We got to stop on the 1 yard line, and we was able to drive the ball down the field, 3 plays, 99 yards to win a state championship. But that's old news. But for me, it's just more so like it's football at the end of the day, you know. So we just got to go out there. Them guys gonna put their cleats on and tie them up like we are. So at the end of the day, just got to go out there and be ready to go play.
Did you know Matt Rule was watching? Did you know Matt Rule was watching?
Did I know he was watching? Probably not. Probably not. But, you know, I figured he'd find out at some point, you know, then. So I was committed to the school at the time, too. So I'm pretty sure he was going to find out.
Building off that, what does Coach Rule mean to you off the field? He's seen you grow as a young man.
Yeah, he means a lot, you know, just the way he approached the game, the way he coached, the way his style of coaching is. For me, it's pretty